Listen carefully. Heaven has interrupted your path, so this word can reach you right now. You are not here by coincidence. Destiny pulled you into this moment because something inside you has always known you are set apart. You felt it in the quiet hours, while others were carefree. You wrestled with questions, while some lived without depth. Your heart carried weight. You have walked through storms that nearly broke you. But even in the breaking there was a whisper, "This pain is not wasted. You are being prepared." Being chosen is not glamorous at first. It feels like rejection, like exile, like being forgotten in a corner. Think of Joseph in the pit, David in the field, Moses in the wilderness. Every chosen vessel is hidden before they are revealed. The seasons of silence were not punishment, they were preparation. Imagine a seed buried underground. In the dark, unseen. It looks lifeless, yet within that soil, roots are digging deep. Unseen strength is forming. When the season shifts, what was hidden bursts forth in undeniable life. That seed is you. You are not buried to die. You are planted to rise. But hear this warning: chosen ones cannot play with their calling. To treat lightly what heaven marked heavily is dangerous. Many waste years because they delay obedience. They scroll past the voice of God as if it were another distraction. But the Spirit is saying, not this time, not you. Let me share a story. There was once a young man who carried dreams too big for his small town. He prayed night after night, but doors stayed closed. He watched others succeed while he remained unseen. In bitterness, he almost gave up. Until one night, he opened scripture and a single verse lit his soul. Suddenly he understood God had been saving him from wrong paths to preserve him for a higher one. Later, the very rejection that hurt him became the platform that proved his authenticity. Chosen one. Maybe that's your reflection. The waiting is not wasted. The Word of God speaks in the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verse 5. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. This is not the hour to rely on logic or opinions. Your calling requires surrender, not control. Trust Him even when the path makes no sense. Trust Him even when your strength runs thin. Trust is the doorway where your destiny begins to unfold. So here is your step of obedience if this word touched you. Don't let it pass. Click like, not as habit, but as a sign you recognize the voice of God. Share this so another hidden one can hear their confirmation. Subscribe, not for entertainment, but to stay connected to a flow that will keep sharpening your spirit. And finally, in the comments, type the number 77 as a prophetic act, declaring completion and divine alignment over your journey. Chosen one. This is too serious to play with. Your assignment is heavy. Your crown is near. And your season is shifting. The time is now. You have to understand, your obedience is more than survival, it is multiplication. Every step you take in surrender opens doors for others. Heaven does not mark you for yourself alone. You are chosen so others may awaken through your example. Your yes is a ripple through eternity. Many have underestimated you, but that was part of the plan. If they had believed in you too soon, you might have leaned on their applause instead of God's hand. Isolation trained you. Silence built your hearing. Rejection cut away false support so your roots would drink from living water alone. Think of a lamp hidden under a clay jar. At first the flame seems trapped, suffocated by shadows. But once the jar is lifted, the light bursts forth with a brilliance that darkness cannot resist. That's what's happening with you. Your jar is lifting. Your flame is ready to shine. Do not envy those who seem to advance ahead of you. Some ran without permission. Some built without foundation. Their progress will collapse under pressure. But you, your timing is divine. What God builds in you will last, because it was carved in silence, refined in fire, and watered with tears. Chosen one, I sense you are standing at a threshold. On one side, the comfort of what you know. On the other side, the risk of faith, the leap into obedience. Fear whispers, stay back. But destiny shouts, step forward. The choice is yours. Heaven waits for your decision. Remember this, every chosen vessel is a mirror of God's faithfulness. You don't carry light because of your perfection, but because of His presence. When people see your story, they will know only God could have turned ashes into beauty, brokenness into breakthrough, delay into divine timing. Don't let discouragement trick you into quitting now. You are closer to breakthrough than you think. Often, the fiercest battles come before the greatest release. The enemy does not fight empty vessels. He fights those carrying oil. Your warfare proves your worth. Your pressure reveals your power. Lift your eyes. Picture yourself like Joshua before the walls of Jericho. The fortress looked unshakable, but obedience in marching brought collapse. So it will be with you. Strongholds you thought immovable will crumble when you keep walking. Keep trusting. Keep obeying the command given to you. Here is your reminder. Heaven has not forgotten your name. Angels are assigned to your path. Prayers you whispered in secret are still echoing before the throne. Every tear is stored. Every groan has been heard. You are not abandoned. You are recorded in the very heartbeat of God. So rise. Chosen one, this is your confirmation. You have been called for such a time as this. The weight you feel is the proof of your crown. The resistance you face is the announcement of your release. Now is the hour. Step into your assignment with courage and certainty. Chosen one. You carry wounds that not everyone can see. Some are deep, silent scars that you've hidden behind a steady face. Yet every sleepless night, every tear shed without witness, every unanswered why has become part of your story. And hear me, your story is not wasted. It is being written into eternity. Pain is not random in the life of the chosen. It is a teacher. It refines. It awakens. It separates. You have walked through seasons where you questioned if God had forgotten you. In those moments, the silence of heaven felt unbearable. But look again. What you thought was abandonment was preparation. Those unanswered prayers were a furnace, shaping you into someone who carries fire that cannot be extinguished. Think about the olive. To release oil, it must be crushed. Without crushing, the oil never flows. You too have been crushed, misunderstood by family, betrayed by friends, attacked by voices you trusted. But in every crushing, heaven was pressing out an anointing that could not come any other way. You were never being destroyed. You were being prepared. Consider Joseph, betrayed, sold into slavery, falsely accused, forgotten in prison. At every stage, it looked like defeat. Yet, in each step of his suffering, destiny was positioning him closer to the palace. Without betrayal, he would never have reached Egypt. Without prison, he would never have stood before Pharaoh. What looked like tragedy was actually transition. Your wounds tell a similar truth. They are not signs of weakness, they are evidence of divine selection. The fact that you have survived what broke others is proof that a different hand has been upon you. Many looked at you and thought you were finished. Yet here you are, breathing, standing, still holding on to faith when it would have been easier to quit. There was once a young woman who carried silent pain. On the outside, she smiled, worked, and lived as if nothing was wrong. But deep within, she carried rejection from childhood, betrayal from those she trusted most. She wondered why her prayers seemed unanswered. She thought God had overlooked her. But later, when she began to speak openly, her words carried such weight and healing that people around her wept. Her wounds became her testimony. Chosen one. Maybe that's you. The very place you feel most broken is the place God will use most powerfully. Let's shift to the image of pottery. A potter spins clay on the wheel, shaping it carefully. Sometimes cracks appear. Instead of discarding it, the potter works the clay again, pressing, reshaping, smoothing. The clay resists, but the potter persists. That is you. Your cracks have not disqualified you. They have invited the potter to work his hands even deeper into your life. The pressure you feel is the love of God refusing to let you remain unfinished. Wounds have another purpose. They give you sight others don't have. You can recognize pain in someone else's eyes because you've been there. You can comfort others not with shallow words, but with depth that comes from experience. Scripture tells us that Jesus himself was a man of sorrows, acquainted with grief. He was pierced, rejected, misunderstood. That's why he can meet us in our weakness. Your story, too, will become a bridge for others to encounter healing. The writings of David in the book of Psalms, chapter 34, verse 18. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Your brokenness did not push God away, it pulled him closer. Even in your darkest nights, he sat with you. Even in your silent tears, he was listening. You were never walking alone. Chosen one. Wounds carry a strange paradox. They hurt, but they also reveal. They strip away illusions, forcing you to see who you are, and more importantly, who God is. Through wounds, you discover that strength was never your own. You learn dependence. You learn surrender. And in surrender, you gain power. Do not despise your scars. They are not signs of shame. They are trophies of survival. Each scar whispers you made it. Each scar proves you are stronger than the battle that tried to destroy you. And these scars, when offered back to God, will shine like jewels in the crown he is preparing for you. Think again of the cross. The most painful wound in history became the gateway for salvation. The nails, the thorns, the spear, all instruments of agony. Yet all turned into symbols of victory. Your wounds, though different, carry the same mystery. They are seeds of glory waiting to bloom. Chosen one, there will come a day when you look back and realize the very season that almost killed you became the foundation of your authority. The betrayal that broke your trust gave you discernment. The loneliness that crushed your spirit taught you intimacy with God. The losses that left you grieving made room for new beginnings. You may still be in the middle of your pain, but remember, seasons shift. Winter never lasts forever. The soil may be frozen now, but spring is already written into creation. Your story will not end in ashes. It will rise in beauty. The chapter you're in is not the conclusion, it's the preparation for a glory yet unseen. Hold this truth close, your wounds are not wasted. Heaven has written every tear into a testimony, and in the days to come, you will understand that what broke you was actually building you. The story of your pain will become the song of your power. Chosen one. You know the difference between noise and silence. Life is filled with voices, opinions, expectations, distractions, but there has always been a gentler voice within you, one that doesn't shout, but whispers. This voice is why you couldn't follow the crowd completely. It pulled you away from what looked normal. It guided you even when you couldn't explain it. That quiet voice has protected you. It told you not to go with them that night. It told you not to take that opportunity, though it seemed attractive. It warned you in the stillness when something felt wrong. Others mocked your sensitivity, but your sensitivity is your shield. Without it, you would have been trapped in places never meant for you. Picture a lighthouse standing at the edge of the sea. Waves crash, storms roar, ships drift in confusion. Yet the lighthouse doesn't scream, it shines steadily. That's what the voice of God does in you. It doesn't compete with the storm. It speaks with calmness, and those who follow it find safety. The enemy, however, loves to drown that voice in noise. Endless scrolling, empty conversations, fruitless busyness. His strategy is to bury you in sound, so you stop hearing the whisper. That's why stillness is your greatest weapon. When you step back from the chaos and choose silence, you hear the voice that matters most. Consider Elijah the prophet. After running, exhausted and afraid, he hid in a cave. Wind tore through. Fire blazed. Earthquakes shook the ground. Yet God's voice was not in the chaos. Then came a gentle whisper. That whisper carried more authority than the earthquake or fire. And that same whisper is speaking to you now. The Apostle John recorded these words in the Gospel of John, chapter 10, verse 27. My sheep listen to my voice, I know them, and they follow me. This is not about religion, it is about relationship. You are known, personally, deeply, and your ability to hear his voice proves your identity as chosen one. Do not despise the whisper. It may not impress others, but it will guide you into destiny. Doors may look appealing, but only one is the right one. The whisper will show you which. Opportunities may look equal, but only one leads to life. The whisper will confirm which. People may smile, but only some are safe. The whisper will expose the truth. Let me tell you of a man who nearly missed his calling. He was offered a partnership that promised wealth and influence. Everyone around him said, "Take it. This is your breakthrough." But in the stillness of prayer, he felt unrest. He obeyed the whisper and declined. Months later, that partnership collapsed in scandal. What seemed like loss was actually protection. Chosen one. Your obedience to the whisper may not always make sense, but it will always save you. Here is where I want you to act. Write in the comments these 3 words: guide me, Lord. Say it as a declaration that you will not rely on your own understanding, but that you choose to follow the shepherd's whisper. When you type it, You are not just leaving a comment, you are sealing a decision in your spirit. Remember, this thunder impresses crowds, but whispers shape destinies. You are not called to follow noise. You are called to walk with the one whose quiet voice carries eternal power. Chosen one. You must understand this. The whisper of heaven is never vague. It is a clear direction, but only heard by hearts that humble themselves. It's not that God cannot shout louder, it's that He wants you to draw near, to listen closely, to depend on Him above all else. There is a difference between hearing and paying attention. Many hear the call, but only a few pay attention and obey. When you stop to truly listen, you show that you value His voice more than the noise of the world. That is the signature of one who is chosen. Picture this, an artist painting on a canvas with the gentlest strokes. To someone far away, it looks like random marks, but to one who steps closer, the details emerge. The whisper of God is just like that. The closer you come, the clearer the masterpiece becomes. Do not confuse His silence with absence. Often, God is silent not because He has left you, but because He is growing you. Silence trains you to trust Him without constant confirmation. It matures you into someone steady, unshaken by storms or shifting seasons. Hearing the whisper is also about discernment. You will recognize the voice of your own desires, the voice of temptation, and the voice of God. Only the voice of God carries peace in the midst of chaos, light in the middle of darkness. Peace is His unmistakable signature. Remember young Samuel. As a child, he heard a voice in the night. 3 times he thought it was Eli the priest. Finally, Eli understood and said, "If he calls again, say, 'Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening.'" From that night, Samuel walked into his prophetic destiny. That same whisper is summoning you now. This is why the enemy despises your stillness. He wants your mind crowded, full of endless noise, so you cannot recognize heaven's whisper. Busyness is one of his sharpest weapons, but when you choose stillness, you break his strategy and give space for divine instruction. As you practice listening, you will notice shifts in your decisions. Even the smallest step can redirect your entire destiny. One whisper can save you from disaster, open a door you thought was sealed, or lead you to a divine connection that changes everything. So ask yourself, are you willing to put down the noise to embrace the whisper? That choice will decide whether you walk in divine timing or drift into delay. The destiny prepared for you requires attention to the quiet voice. And finally, never forget, His whisper is not only for guidance but also for love. He whispers because He is near. Chosen one. When you listen, you will realize you have never been walking alone. Chosen one. Every trial you have walked through has not been wasted. You have felt the weight of fire pressing against you, the searing heat of disappointment, betrayal, and loss. And though you may not see it yet, those flames have not consumed you, they have refined you. The fire was never meant to destroy, it was meant to reveal. Think of gold. When raw, it carries impurities and hidden flaws. It may look valuable, but it is fragile. Only through fire does it become pure, solid, unbreakable. In the same way, your trials have burned away illusions, exposed false supports, and left only what is eternal. What you thought was punishment was actually purification. The Word of God reminds us in the book of James, Chapter 1, verse 12. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him. Your perseverance in the fire has not gone unseen. A crown is being formed from every test you have endured. When you look back, you can see the pattern. Disappointments that felt unbearable redirected your steps into safer ground. Losses that shattered your heart prepared room for new beginnings. Even betrayal, though it pierced deeply, exposed who was truly aligned with your destiny and who was never meant to walk with you. Each fire has left behind clarity that could not have come in any other way. Let me tell you a story. There was once a man who invested years of his life into building a partnership with friends. He trusted them, shared everything with them, and believed they would journey together into success. But in the end, they betrayed him, leaving him with nothing. For months, he lived in bitterness, believing the fire had stolen everything. Yet slowly, he realized the fire had burned away what was false. With time, he built again, but this time on solid ground. Surrounded by people who were faithful, the fire had not destroyed him. It had preserved him. This is the paradox of being chosen. The very trials that look like your end are actually the beginning of something greater. Think of the three Hebrews, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, thrown into the blazing furnace. The flames were so fierce they killed the soldiers who threw them in. Yet inside the fire, a fourth figure appeared. They were not destroyed, they were preserved. Their ropes burned away, but their bodies were untouched. Sometimes, the fire does not consume you. It only removes what was binding you. Chosen one, your story carries the same principle. The fire you faced was not to end you, but to set you free. Without the heat, you might still be tied to things that limited your calling. Without the shaking, you might still be leaning on false foundations. The fire has purified your vision. Picture a sword being forged. It begins as raw metal, heated until glowing, beaten with relentless strikes, cooled, and heated again. To the metal, it feels like pain, but to the blacksmith, it is design. The process makes it sharp, durable, unbreakable. That sword is you. Heaven has allowed repeated trials not to harm you, but to turn you into a weapon fit for battle. Trials also reveal what cannot be shaken. When everything else falls apart, you discover what remains. You found that faith was stronger than despair. You found that hope could survive even in ashes. You found that love from God was unshakable, even when human love failed you. This discovery is priceless, and it was forged in fire. Do not compare your path with others who seem untouched by trials. Many build quickly, but what is built without fire cannot endure storms. They may appear strong, but the test of time will reveal the difference. You, refined in fire, will stand when others collapse. Your endurance is the proof that you were chosen to carry lasting glory. Chosen one. Sometimes the greatest victory is simply surviving the flames. You are still here. You are still breathing. You are still holding on. Even with scars. Those scars are your testimony. They say, the fire tried, but it failed. The heat raged, but it could not destroy what God preserved. And know this, the fire season is not forever. Just as the blacksmith eventually pulls the sword from the furnace, God also lifts his chosen ones into a new atmosphere. You will not remain in testing forever. You will enter into release. And when you do, you will be stronger, sharper, and ready to step fully into your assignment. So take heart. The fire you have endured has already proven your worth. It has purified your heart, strengthened your faith, and prepared your crown. You are not the same person you were before the trial. You are more focused, more resilient, more dangerous to darkness. The fire revealed you. Chosen one, lift your head. The fire that nearly crushed you has already declared your survival. What others thought would bury you has only revealed your endurance. You do not stand as a victim of the flames. You stand as living proof that trials refine, but they do not define. The season of testing has marked you, but not with defeat. It has marked you with wisdom, discernment, and a depth that cannot be imitated. These qualities will distinguish you in the days ahead. When others collapse under pressure, you will stand, because the fire already taught you how to endure. Now prepare your spirit. A new chapter waits beyond the embers of your trial. You will carry the aroma of resilience, the shine of purified faith, and the authority of one who has walked through flames and lived. This is your mantle, forged not in comfort but in fire, and it will open doors no man can shut. Chosen one. There are moments in life when you need to stop and remember who you belong to. Your journey is not random. You are not wandering without direction. You carry a covenant, an invisible but unbreakable bond written over your life by the hand of God. It is this covenant that has preserved you, even when you did not recognize it. Think about a shepherd and his flock. Sheep often wander, distracted by grass or led astray by curiosity. But the shepherd never loses sight of them. He leaves the 99 to find the one. That is the nature of covenant. It is not your grip on him that secures you, but his grip on you. The times you thought you had let go, he never released you. Covenant is more than a promise. It is like the root system of a tree. The deeper the roots, the stronger the tree when storms come. Others may look like they are flourishing quickly, but their shallow roots cannot endure wind and drought. You, however, have roots that were pressed deeper through trials. That is why you are still standing when others have fallen. Chosen one. Covenant is also remembrance. Each time Israel faced battles, God reminded them of his covenant. He had not chosen them because they were many, or strong, or impressive. He chose them because he loved them. The same is true for you. You are not chosen because of qualifications. You are chosen because of covenant love. The writings of Moses in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 7, verse 9. Know therefore that the Lord your God is God. He is the faithful God, keeping his covenant of love to 1,000 generations of those who love him and keep his commandments. That word is a reminder, faithful. God has not forgotten his covenant with you, even when you doubted, even when you stumbled. His covenant remained steady. That is why you are still alive. That is why doors still open. That is why mercy still covers you. Think of a rainbow after rain. To many, it is just colors in the sky. But to Noah, it was a covenant sign. It said, "Never again will waters destroy the earth." In the same way, there are signs in your life, small but powerful, that testify you are not abandoned. Perhaps it was an unexpected provision, a timely word, or the simple strength to rise after heartbreak. These are covenant markers. And here is where I want to pause. Not to demand, but to invite. If these words touch your heart, if you feel the truth stirring within you, I ask you to let that stirring be visible. Press the like button as if you were planting a seed into good soil. A sign that you choose remembrance of the covenant. Share this message as though you were passing a torch in the dark, so another soul may find the path they could not see alone. Subscribe not as an obligation, but as someone who decides to dwell in the house of covenant reminders, like a traveler returning often to a spring of living water. Let me tell you of a man who carried bitterness for years. He thought God had failed him. Yet one day, in the middle of his pain, he came across a message like this. He hesitated, but something told him to lean in. That moment became a turning point. He found strength again, because covenant words awakened him. Chosen one, you may not realize it, but your engagement today may be the same spark for someone else tomorrow. Picture a candle being lit. Alone. It flickers, but when it lights another, the room begins to glow. That is what happens when you share or pass on words of covenant. You are not just receiving, you are multiplying light. Chosen one. Covenant is also responsibility. It means your life is not yours alone. What you do, how you live, the way you respond, it impacts generations. Your obedience today could be the reason someone in your family walks free tomorrow. Your faithfulness could be the seed that blossoms into blessings beyond your lifetime. This is why covenant cannot be taken lightly. It is not just about survival. It is about legacy. The covenant says, what God started in you will not die with you. Your children, your community, your spiritual family will taste the fruit of what God planted in you. So, even when you feel weary, hold on. The covenant does not depend on your perfection, it rests on His faithfulness. When you stumble, He restores. When you wander, He calls you back. When you break, He heals. That is covenant love. Lift your eyes. See the bigger picture. You are not here to drift. You are here to carry a covenant into this generation. And this reminder is not just for you. It is for everyone connected to you. The oil on your life will spill over. The covenant will flow beyond your own story. And when you wonder, will I make it? Remember, this covenant says yes. Not because you are flawless, but because He is faithful. Covenant is not built on your strength, it is built on His unchanging word. That is why you can rest even in storms. That is why you can hope even in waiting. That is why you can rise again, no matter how many times you've fallen. So, chosen one, remember today, you are held, preserved, and carried by covenant. It is the invisible thread that has kept you from unraveling. And as you walk forward, let that covenant remind you, you are not here by chance. You are here by design, secured in the love that never fails. Chosen one. Sometimes the most dangerous attacks against your destiny are not the obvious ones. The enemy does not always come with loud destruction or dramatic chaos. More often, he comes quietly, weaving subtle traps, planting small distractions, introducing hidden compromises that slowly erode your strength. These are the hidden enemies that lurk in the shadows of your journey. You may not have recognized them at first. They appear as small decisions, harmless conversations, or opportunities that look good on the surface. But over time, You notice something, your peace weakened, your focus scattered, your fire dimmed. That is the signature of the hidden enemy. He doesn't strike with a sword, he whispers with suggestion. Think of a leak in the roof. It starts as a single drop, quiet and unnoticed, but given time, it weakens the beams, rots the wood, and damages the house. That is how the hidden enemy works. Not by breaking down the house in one blow, but by eroding it drop by drop. And this is why you must remain awake. The writings in the book of Proverbs, chapter 4, verse 23, above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. The hidden enemy knows if he can sneak into your heart, he can control your flow. He does not need to destroy you outwardly if he can contaminate you inwardly. Chosen one. Many of your fiercest battles were not fought in public, but in the secret places of your mind and heart. The thoughts you struggled with, the doubts you wrestled against, the temptations that lured you, all of them were subtle wars. Others never saw them, but you know how heavy they were. Yet even in those private battles, you are still here. That itself is proof of your endurance. Let me share a story. There was once a young leader, admired by many, strong in appearance, but secretly, he was slipping. The enemy whispered lies that no one would ever know. He indulged in small compromises, convinced they were harmless, but the cracks widened, and eventually, his fall was public. It was not the great battles that destroyed him, it was the hidden enemies he ignored. Chosen one. Let this be a warning. What you tolerate in private eventually shapes your destiny in public. But here is hope: you are not defenseless. You have been given discernment, the ability to sense what others overlook. That unease you sometimes feel in conversations, that restlessness when opportunities come, that sudden conviction that stops you, those are divine alarms. Do not ignore them. They are heaven's way of revealing the hidden enemy before he can strike. Imagine walking through a forest at night. Most people would only see darkness, but you, with a lamp in your hand, can notice the snake coiled near the path. That lamp is your discernment. The Spirit gives you sight others do not have. Use it. Do not silence it. Trust it. Chosen one. The hidden enemy also tries to work through people, not always through obvious enemies, but sometimes through friends who carry unhealthy influence, or voices that feed doubt rather than faith. This is why you must test every spirit, weigh every word, and guard your atmosphere. Not every presence is safe for your destiny. The prophet Nahum once wrote of God's power, saying in the book of Nahum, chapter 1, verse 7, "The Lord is good, a refuge in times of trouble. He cares for those who trust in him." That means even when the hidden enemy plots, your refuge is sure. God sees what you cannot. He shields you from what you do not detect. So, here is your prophetic act for today. Write in the comments the number 333. This is not superstition, it is alignment. The number is a reminder of divine completeness in the Trinity, Father, Son, and Spirit surrounding you on every side. By typing 333, you are declaring, "I am not alone, heaven guards me." Let your words seal what your heart already believes. Think of your life like a garden. Weeds do not appear overnight, but slowly creep in, wrapping themselves around good plants. If ignored, they choke the life out of the harvest. But when you identify them early, uproot them, and protect the soil, the garden flourishes. That is your call, to uproot hidden weeds before they destroy the harvest. God is growing in you. And know this, the fact that you are even hearing this word proves that the enemy's subtle plans have failed. If he could have silenced you completely, you would not be here. But you are here. You are awake. You are being warned so you can be prepared. The whisper of heaven is pulling back the curtain, showing you the traps before you step into them. Chosen one, stay vigilant. Hidden enemies do not announce themselves, but with discernment, prayer, and trust in the covenant of God, you will see them, resist them, and rise above them. The traps meant to destroy you will become testimonies of your protection. The whispers meant to confuse you will only make you lean closer to the shepherd's voice. You will not fall. You will overcome. When you type 333 inches, the comments, you are not just writing numbers, you are proclaiming truth. 3 is the picture of divine fullness, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Together, they form a circle of protection that no hidden enemy can break. Your declaration is like placing a banner over your life, saying, I live surrounded, not exposed. This act is also a reminder to yourself. Every time you see 333, you recall that you are never fighting alone. You may face battles in secret, but the fullness of heaven walks with you in public and private alike. The Trinity becomes your covering, your strength, your compass, and beyond that, when others read your comment, it becomes a silent testimony. Someone weary and unsure will see 333 and remember there is refuge in God. It is more than engagement, it is ministry. By a simple number, you shine light for another hidden one to rise in faith. Chosen one. There is a threshold. You must not overlook the edge of mercy. Mercy is a gift, a covering, a space where God shields you while you stumble, while you learn, while you grow. It is the soft hand that lifts you when you fall. But mercy is not endless delay. There comes a moment when lingering too long at the edge becomes dangerous. Think of a riverbank. The water flows gently, giving life to everything around it. But step too far, and the ground becomes slippery. One more careless move, and you may find yourself swept away by the current. Mercy works in much the same way. It invites you close to God. But if you continue to resist, the current of disobedience becomes harder to escape. The writings in the book of Hebrews, chapter 3, verse 15, today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts as you did in the rebellion. Notice the word today, not tomorrow, not another season, but now. Mercy always has urgency. Every whisper is a window, and windows eventually close. Chosen one, you have felt mercy's hand more times than you realize. How many times did danger nearly swallow you? Yet you were spared. How many mistakes should have cost you everything? Yet somehow, you walked away covered. How many nights did despair try to break you? But dawn still found you alive. Those were not coincidences, they were mercy. But here is what you must understand. Mercy is an invitation, not a cushion for rebellion. The longer you treat mercy lightly, the closer you drift to a point of no return. There is a sobering truth. One more compromise could blind your discernment. One more delay could shut a door forever. Mercy is patient, but mercy is also purposeful. It moves you toward repentance, not comfort in delay. Think of Lot's wife. She walked out of the city by mercy. Angels literally pulled her by the hand. Yet when she looked back, refusing to let go, mercy's cover lifted. In that moment, she was frozen forever as a pillar of salt. The lesson is weighty. Mercy brought her out, but rebellion trapped her. Chosen one. I know these words sound heavy, but they are spoken in love. You are too valuable to be careless. Heaven has invested too much in you for you to drift at the edge of mercy. Your assignment is larger than your weakness, and God's mercy is calling you to step fully into obedience before delay becomes destruction. Let me share a story. There was a young man who lived recklessly, trusting that God's forgiveness would always be there. Each time he stumbled, he shrugged. Mercy will cover me. But slowly, his heart grew numb. Convictions that once stung became dull. One day, he realized he could no longer feel God's whisper. That was the most frightening loss, not punishment, but silence. He had hardened his heart. Chosen one, do not let that become your story. Conviction is a gift when you can still feel it. It means the door of mercy is open. Picture a candle burning in a dark room. The flame flickers, fragile yet real. If you guard it, it gives light, warmth, direction. But if you keep exposing it to the wind, one day it will blow out. Mercy is that flame. It glows even in darkness, but it must be treasured, protected, honored. Chosen one, mercy has carried you through storms you thought you wouldn't survive. It covered you when people judged you. It gave you chances when you wasted the first, the second, even the third. But this is the hour to recognize its purpose. Mercy is not permission to stay stuck. It is power to step forward. Do not wait for a perfect moment. The perfect moment is now. Every delay strengthens the grip of compromise. Every rebellion dulls your vision. But every act of surrender sharpens your clarity and strengthens your spirit. This is why Scripture pleads today. If you hear His voice, do not harden your heart. Chosen one, mercy is the hand extended to you right now. It is not here to shame you, but to shield you. It does not expose your flaws. It invites you into freedom. The enemy would love you to believe mercy is endless license. But the truth is, mercy is a limited window designed to save you from destruction. Do not mistake God's patience for indifference. He is patient because He loves you. But He is purposeful because He has called you. Every warning, every whisper, every delay of judgment, it all points to one truth. He is giving you time to align. Do not waste it. And remember, this mercy is not weakness. Mercy is strength. It is the strength of a God who could have judged you but chose to preserve you. It is the strength of love that refuses to give up, even when you stumble. It is the strength of grace that sees who you will become, not just who you are right now. Chosen one, let this truth sink deep. You are standing at the edge of mercy. One step leads to freedom. The other leads to bondage. One decision ushers you into destiny. The other delays it further. Heaven has already extended its hand. The only question now is, will you take it, chosen one? Imagine a door slightly open. Light spills through, inviting you in. But if you hesitate too long, the door will close. Mercy is that door. It is open now, but it will not stay open forever. Your awareness of this moment is proof that God is still speaking. Conviction in your heart means He is near. When you still feel the weight of His whisper, it is not condemnation, it is confirmation that you are not abandoned. Do not treat this lightly. The edge of mercy is both warning and promise. If you step forward, grace will meet you. If you linger, delay may overtake you. Now is the moment to move into obedience and life. Chosen one. There comes a time in your journey when the signs of your calling become undeniable. You may try to dismiss them, but they follow you. You may attempt to bury them under routines or distractions, but they resurface. Your very life testifies that you were never meant for ordinary existence. There are prophetic fingerprints all over you. Perhaps you have wondered, am I really chosen, or am I imagining this? These questions are natural, but the evidence is already written across your story. Look back carefully. Why have you survived what others did not? Why do you sense a pull toward purpose, even when you try to ignore it? Why do you carry dreams bigger than your environment? Visions that seem too large for you alone. These are not coincidences, they are prophetic signs. The Apostle Paul reminds us in his letter to the Romans, chapter 8, verse 30, and those he predestined, he also called. Those he called, he also justified. Those he justified, he also glorified. Notice the flow: predestined, called, justified, glorified. This is not random, it is intentional design. If you are hearing this, you are already inside that process. Chosen one. One of the clearest signs of calling is the battle for your life. Have you noticed how intense your struggles have been? The opposition you face is not because you are weak, but because you are marked. Darkness does not waste energy on empty vessels. The greater the assignment, the fiercer the attacks. The battles you endured are proof that heaven invested something in you worth fighting for. Another sign is the weight of compassion you carry. While others can ignore injustice, you feel it deeply. While some walk past suffering, your heart aches to intervene. That is not accident, it is the stirring of divine assignment. Your tears are prophetic. They point toward the people you are meant to reach, the problems you are meant to confront, the change you are meant to carry. Think of Moses, raised in Pharaoh's palace. He could have lived comfortably, yet when he saw his people oppressed, something inside him rose. His compassion became a clue to his calling. Later, God revealed the full picture. But the sign had always been there, a heart that could not tolerate injustice. What burdens you most often reveals what you were born to address. Chosen one. Pay attention also to the voice that will not leave you. Sometimes it comes as a whisper in prayer. Sometimes as a thought in the middle of the night. Sometimes as a verse that leaps off the page. That recurring voice is not imagination, it is confirmation. God repeats what is important, because he knows repetition shapes recognition. Another prophetic sign is isolation. You may have felt out of place in groups, misunderstood by family, even rejected by friends. At times, loneliness crushed you. Yet in that loneliness, God was separating you. Separation is not punishment, it is preparation. The voices around you had to be silenced so you could learn the shepherd's voice clearly. If you had stayed in the crowd, you might have lost your distinction. Consider David. Before he ever held a crown, He held a harp in the fields, forgotten by his father, overlooked by his brothers, yet seen by God. The isolation of the pasture was his training ground. Your seasons of being hidden are not evidence that you were overlooked. They are proof that you are being prepared. Another undeniable sign is resilience. How many times have you thought, "This is it. I can't rise again," and yet, somehow, you did. Resilience is not human willpower, it is evidence of divine preservation. You carry a strength not explained by circumstance. Every time you rise again, it is heaven's way of saying, "I am not done with you." Let me share a story. There was once a woman who grew up in poverty, surrounded by limitations. No one in her family had achieved anything remarkable. She was told repeatedly to lower her expectations. Yet every night, she dreamed of more impact, more purpose, more life. She tried to silence it, but the dream would not leave her. Years later, that dream propelled her into leadership, and her entire family's story shifted. The dream itself had been a prophetic sign all along. Chosen one. Even your sensitivity is a sign. You feel atmospheres others ignore. You sense danger before it appears. You are stirred by words others find ordinary. That heightened awareness is spiritual antenna, tuned by heaven for your assignment. It may have felt like a burden, but it is actually a gift. There is also the matter of timing. How many times have doors opened at unlikely moments? How many times were you positioned in the right place at the right time? Beyond your control. That alignment is not luck, it is orchestration. Divine timing is one of the loudest signs of your calling. But remember, signs are not the destination. They are invitations. A signpost on the road is proof you are headed somewhere, but you must still choose to keep moving. The signs of your calling are not meant to make you proud, they are meant to make you aware, sober, and obedient. Awareness without action is wasted. Chosen one. The prophetic signs are already written on your life. The survival, the compassion, the isolation, the resilience, the repeated whispers, the divine timings, all of these converge into one truth. You are called. You cannot deny it. You cannot outrun it. Heaven has placed a mark upon you that cannot be erased. Do not spend your life questioning whether you are chosen. Instead, spend it aligning with the one who chose you. The evidence is already clear. The only question that remains is how you will respond. Will you treat the signs as coincidence, or will you see them as confirmation? Lift your eyes and take courage. The signs are not small hints, they are declarations. Every scar, every tear, every whisper has been shouting the same message. You are called, you are set apart, you are chosen. Chosen one. Calling is not sustained by emotion alone. To remain steady, you must cultivate discipline. Without discipline, passion burns quickly but dies suddenly. With discipline, even small flames grow into steady fires that endure through storms. This is why your journey requires more than bursts of zeal. It requires a rhythm, a sacred structure that keeps you aligned. Think of an athlete. Victory is not achieved by talent alone. It is built through training, repetition, sacrifice, and focus. The same is true for your spirit. Discipline is your training ground. Each prayer, each fast, each act of obedience is not wasted. It is strengthening unseen muscles, building endurance for the battles ahead. The Apostle Paul spoke with urgency in the first letter to the Corinthians. Chapter 9, verse 27. I discipline my body and keep it under control, lest after preaching to others, I myself should be disqualified. Even Paul knew that gifting without discipline could lead to downfall. Calling is not enough. Consistency is required. Chosen one. Sacred discipline is not about legalism. It is not about following rules to impress God. It is about keeping your vessel ready, your heart clear, your spirit sharp. Without it, distractions creep in, and compromise takes root. With it, you remain sensitive to the whisper of God and resilient against the schemes of darkness. Consider Daniel. In a foreign land, surrounded by temptation and pressure, he maintained a rhythm of prayer 3 times a day. That rhythm anchored him, so that when lions surrounded him, fear did not shake him. His discipline in private sustained his victory in public. Discipline is the bridge between hidden faithfulness and visible breakthrough. Another picture. Imagine a river with banks. Without the banks, the water spreads everywhere, shallow and powerless. With the banks, the water flows strong, cutting through rock, shaping valleys. Discipline is the banks of your life. It gives your passion direction and your calling force. Let me tell you of a young woman who longed to be used by God. She had vision, fire, and potential, but no rhythm. Days of prayer were followed by weeks of neglect. She dreamed greatly but acted inconsistently. Her growth was slow until she embraced discipline. She set aside time, structured her days, and honored her commitments. Slowly, her life transformed. Her words carried weight because her private life carried order. Discipline will cost you. It means choosing silence over endless noise, focus over distraction, prayer over laziness. It means saying no when others say yes. But the cost is nothing compared to the fruit. Through discipline, you build foundations that storms cannot shake. You become a steady flame in a world of flickers. Chosen one. Discipline also multiplies influence. Others may admire your gifting, but they will trust your consistency. When your life reveals steady faithfulness, people know they can lean on you. Heaven can also trust you with more, because you have proven yourself faithful in little things. This is why I urge you to declare it now. Write in the comments these words, steady in faith. Let it be your seal today, not as empty words, but as a declaration of discipline. When you type it, you are not just engaging, you are agreeing that your calling deserves constancy, not instability, and that your walk will be marked by endurance. Remember, sparks excite, but steady flames endure. Discipline is the difference between starting well and finishing strong. You are called not only to begin, but to complete. Let your discipline carry you to the end. Discipline is not a cage. Chosen one. It is a pathway to freedom. Many think freedom means doing whatever you want, whenever you want. But true freedom is the strength to say yes to what matters and no to what destroys. Discipline protects your yes, so it will not be wasted. Think of a musician. To play a masterpiece, they practice scales, chords, and rhythms again and again. To outsiders, it looks repetitive, even boring. But when the performance comes, the discipline blossoms into beauty. In the same way, your daily devotion, your prayer, your reading of the Word may feel small, but when the battle comes, those disciplines become music that defeats the enemy. Chosen one. Discipline is also spiritual armor. Without it, you walk into war unprotected. With it, you carry shield and sword. Every habit of prayer sharpens your blade. Every fast strengthens your shield. Every act of obedience polishes your armor. When the enemy strikes, you will not be naked, you will be ready. Sometimes discipline feels lonely. You will say no when others say yes. You will wake when others sleep. You will fast when others feast. But do not mistake loneliness for loss. You are gaining clarity, power, and focus. The price of discipline is temporary, but the fruit of discipline is eternal. Your declaration, steady in faith, is more than a phrase. It is a mindset. It means you choose to be unshaken when circumstances change. It means you will not quit halfway. It means you will finish the race, even if your steps are slow. Steadiness is the mark of those who truly overcome. Think of Noah. For years he built the ark, mocked by those around him, day after day, hammer after hammer, plank after plank. His consistency looked foolish. But when the floods came, it was that very discipline that saved him and his family. Your ark is being built in the same way. One steady act of faith at a time. Discipline does not erase grace, it partners with grace. Grace gives you the strength, and discipline gives you the structure. Together, they form a foundation that nothing can shake. That is how you walk, not just in calling, but in completion. Chosen one, hold fast to this truth. Passion may start the journey, but discipline carries you to the finish, and your finish will not be small. It will be radiant, crowned with endurance, because you chose steadiness over instability, faithfulness over fleeting feelings. Chosen one, there is a place where power is birthed, but it does not come through striving. It does not come through performance or pretending. It comes at the altar of surrender. That altar is not always a physical space. It is the inner ground where your will bends and God's will takes its rightful place. Imagine a traveler carrying a heavy backpack filled with rocks. Each rock represents fear, control, regret, and pride. The weight slows him, bends his shoulders, drains his energy. But when he finally lays the backpack down, he realizes he can run freely. Surrender is not losing. It is laying down what exhausts you so you can run with freedom. The writings in the book of Psalms, chapter 55, verse 22. Cast your cares on the Lord, and he will sustain you. He will never let the righteous be shaken. Surrender is casting. It is choosing to hand over what you cannot carry. It is trusting that God's hands are safer than yours. Chosen one. Surrender is not weakness, it is alignment. It is like a sailboat opening its sails to the wind. The boat cannot create wind, but by surrendering its sail, it moves forward with power. Your life is the same. You cannot create destiny by sheer will, but by surrendering. You catch the wind of heaven and move farther than your strength could ever take you. Let me tell you a story. There was a young man who dreamed of success. He worked tirelessly, chasing opportunities, but each door seemed to close. Frustrated, he cried out in prayer, "God, why?" The whisper came, "Lay it down." At first, He resisted. How could he stop striving? Yet finally, broken and weary, he surrendered. Months later, opportunities came, this time with peace, not pressure. He realized his striving had built walls, but his surrender had built bridges. Chosen one. Perhaps you are carrying battles you were never meant to fight alone. You've tried to control outcomes, to fix everything, to hold every piece together. But surrender is the altar where you admit, I cannot billions. But you can. And when you do, something shifts. Heaven fights for you. Peace enters. Strength is renewed. Picture a seed in the soil. By itself, it is small, limited. But when it surrenders to the earth, breaking open, it dies to itself. Yet in that surrender, life bursts forth. It becomes a tree, bearing fruit, providing shade. You are that seed. Your surrender feels like death, but it is actually the beginning of multiplication. Chosen one. Many fear surrender because they think it means loss. But surrender is not the end of joy. It is the doorway to joy. It is like a bird releasing its grip from the cage. At first, the cage feels safe, familiar, but when it lets go, the open sky welcomes it. That is the beauty of surrender. What feels like risk is actually freedom. And here, I want to invite you, gently but clearly. If this message speaks to you, let your response be visible. Press like not out of habit, but as if you are laying a stone of remembrance on the altar, marking the moment of surrender. Share this message the way a river overflows into the land around it, carrying life to others who thirst for release. Subscribe not as a requirement, but like a pilgrim returning often to the temple, a choice to remain connected to the flow of reminders that strengthen your spirit. Chosen one. Surrender also transforms your perspective. The things you once thought were losses, you will see as gains. The things you once clung to, you will realize were chains. And in exchange, God gives you beauty for ashes, joy for mourning, peace for anxiety. This is the great exchange at the altar of surrender. Think again of Abraham on the mountain with Isaac. Every step upward must have pierced his heart, yet he obeyed, surrendering what was most precious. But when the altar was built and the sacrifice prepared, heaven intervened. A ram was provided. The test of surrender was never about losing Isaac. It was about proving that Abraham trusted the giver more than the gift. That same test lives in you, chosen one. When you finally release your grip, you will find that God's grip has never let you go. Surrender is not the loss of control, it is the discovery of true control, where God's sovereignty rules and your soul rests. And as you walk away from the altar of surrender, you will not walk empty. You will walk with authority. You will walk with peace. You will walk with the crown that only comes when you have bowed. So let your heart lean in. Surrender is not something to fear. It is the most beautiful choice you will ever make. And when you choose it, your life becomes an altar that shines with fire, a testimony that heaven can trust you fully. Chosen one. Picture yourself kneeling before a great fire. You place your burdens, fears, and broken dreams on the flames. At first, it feels like loss, but as the smoke rises, you realize what left your hands was never truly yours to keep. In that moment, peace descends. The same hands that shaped the stars now hold your future. What once weighed you down is gone, and in its place is lightness you cannot explain. Surrender becomes a song, not a struggle, and as you rise from the altar, you do not rise weaker, you rise stronger. The fire has not consumed you, it has refined you. What remains is a life aligned, ready to shine without hesitation. Chosen one. There are seasons when the silence of God is louder than thunder. You have prayed with all your heart, yet the heavens seemed closed. You have cried through the night, yet no answer came. You looked for direction, for clarity, for a sign, but all you found was quiet. This silence can feel unbearable, almost cruel, but it is not absence, it is a message. Silence is one of God's deepest languages. He speaks not only in words but also in pauses, just as music is shaped by the spaces between notes. Your journey is shaped by the silences of heaven. In the silence, God is not ignoring you, He is forming you. The writings of David in the book of Psalms, chapter 27, verse 14, "Wait for the Lord, be strong, and take heart, and wait for the Lord." Waiting is not passive, it is active trust. Silence is the training ground of patience, endurance, and faith that refuses to collapse even when answers delay. Chosen one. When God goes quiet, it is often because He is working in the unseen. Think of seeds beneath the soil. You cannot hear them. You cannot see them. Yet life is stirring. If you judged by silence alone, you would assume nothing is happening. But beneath the ground, roots are forming. Strength is building, and soon the seed will break through. Sometimes silence tests your motives. Do you love God for His gifts? Or do you love Him for Himself? When the gifts seem delayed, silence reveals whether your devotion is genuine. Many follow Him when blessings flow, but only the chosen cling to Him when all they hear is quiet. There was once a woman who begged God for healing. For years, she prayed, but the answer did not come. In her frustration, she almost gave up. Yet, in the silence, she began to notice God's presence in small ways, a friend who encouraged her, a scripture that suddenly burned in her heart, the strength to rise each morning. Later, she realized the silence was never emptiness, it was invitation. God had been teaching her to see Him beyond miracles, to love Him beyond answers. Chosen one. Silence is also protection. Sometimes God withholds direction because you are not yet ready for it. A child may cry for a sharp knife, but a wise parent stays silent until the child has grown. What feels like neglect is actually protection. Silence delays what would have harmed you prematurely. Picture a sculptor working on marble. From the outside, the stone seems untouched, silent. But in the sculptor's mind, design is unfolding. Every pause, every still moment is part of the vision. Likewise, when heaven is quiet, God is chiseling unseen parts of your character. His silence is not neglect, it is artistry. Another truth: silence reveals idols. When answers delay, you discover what you truly depend on. If frustration drives you to other sources, control, people, false comforts, silence unmasks where your trust lies. But if in the silence you continue to kneel, to wait, to worship, then silence proves that God alone is your foundation. Chosen one. You must also know silence precedes revelation. Before God thundered on Sinai, there was waiting. Before Jesus spoke resurrection to Lazarus, there was delay. Before Pentecost filled the upper room, there were 10 days of silence. The quiet is not the end of the story, it is the doorway to a louder unveiling. Think of Elijah again. After the wind, after the earthquake, after the fire, silence. Then the gentle whisper. If Elijah had despised the silence, he would have missed the voice. If you despise your season of silence, you may miss the subtle ways God is speaking now. Let me share another picture. Imagine a teacher giving a test. During the test, the teacher does not speak. The silence is not abandonment, it is assessment. The teacher's quiet is proof that the lesson has already been given. And now the student must reveal what they have learned. Your season of silence may be your test. God is watching not to punish you, but to prepare you for promotion. Chosen one. Silence is sacred ground. It strips away noise, demands patience, and purifies faith. It teaches you that God's worth is not measured by how often He speaks, but by who He is. Even when He says nothing, He remains faithful. Even when He is quiet, His promises still stand. And when the silence finally breaks, and it will, you will discover why it was necessary. The answer will come stronger, clearer, and more radiant because it was birthed in silence. You will value it more because you learned to wait. You will carry it with reverence because you know what it cost. So do not despise the silence. Chosen one, do not interpret it as rejection. Let the silence work in you. Let it strengthen your patience, refine your motives, protect your destiny, and prepare your heart. For when the silence lifts, you will realize that God was not far away. He was closer than ever, shaping you in ways words could not. Chosen one. Silence may feel heavy, but it is not empty. Every pause is filled with God's watchful eye. Every quiet night wrapped in His unseen presence. What you call delay is often His hand holding you steady. In silence, your faith is stretched. Muscles grow not in rest, but in resistance. So it is with trust, it grows when tested by the absence of answers. Waiting shapes a deeper strength than receiving quickly ever could. Silence also trains your ears. Without noise, you learn to detect even the faintest whisper of God. Like a musician tuning an instrument, your soul becomes more precise in recognizing His voice. And when the silence ends, you will carry not just answers, but wisdom. You will know Him more intimately, not only as the God who speaks, but also as the God who stays. Chosen one. You have learned by now that heaven does not waste signs, numbers, symbols, moments. They are all threads woven into the story of your destiny. These are not random details. They are markers, reminders, confirmations that God is speaking. Numbers in particular are powerful, not because of superstition, but because of what they represent in the eternal language of Scripture. Think about how often numbers appear in the Word. 40 days of rain in the time of Noah, 40 years of wilderness for Israel, 40 days of testing for Jesus, 7 days of creation, 12 tribes of Israel, 12 disciples of Jesus. Numbers do not exist by accident. They carry meaning, weight, prophecy. And when you notice certain numbers echoing in your life, It is often heaven's way of saying, pay attention. Something is being aligned. The writings in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, have I not commanded you, be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Even here, the number 1 repeats one command. One God, one presence that never leaves you. The pattern matters. Chosen one. Some of you have seen the same numbers appear repeatedly, perhaps on clocks, receipts, or page numbers. To many, it looks like coincidence, but for you, it has been a whisper, a nudge, a reminder that your steps are not random. Heaven is guiding you. Numbers are like anchors in your memory. When you write them, speak them, or notice them, they remind your spirit of promises God already made. For Israel, the number 12 always recalled the tribes, the covenant identity of their people. For the early church, the number 3 recalled resurrection on the 3rd day and the unity of Father, Son, and Spirit. For you, the numbers you declare become a prophetic act, aligning your life with truth. Let me give you an image. Imagine a compass in the hands of a traveler. The needle points north, steady and unshaken. No matter how the traveler turns, that compass is like a prophetic number. In the shifting landscapes of life, it keeps you centered, pointing you back to God's promises. There was once a woman who constantly noticed the number 5 in her life. At first, she dismissed it, but eventually she realized 5 represents grace. Each season where she felt overwhelmed, that number appeared, reminding her grace is sufficient. It became her anchor, her confirmation that she was not walking in her own strength. Chosen one, your number 2 is not random. It is a prophetic compass. Numbers also act as banners of remembrance. When Israel crossed the Jordan, they set up 12 stones as a memorial. Every time future generations asked about those stones, the story was told again. This is where God brought us through. In the same way, when you declare numbers of faith, you set up memorials that remind you and others, this is where God met me. Chosen one. Today, your prophetic act is simple but weighty. In the comments, type the number 888. This is not a game, it is a declaration. The number 8 is the number of new beginnings. 888 is heaven's way of sealing abundant new beginnings over your life. New doors, new freedom, new identity, new grace. When you write 888, you are saying, I agree with heaven's reset over my journey. I step into newness and understand. This is not about the digits themselves. It is about what they symbolize. The action is faith made visible. Like Moses lifting his staff, like Joshua circling Jericho, like Peter stepping out of the boat. Your comment becomes a prophetic sign of obedience. Heaven watches, angels record, and your spirit declares alignment. Picture a garden after winter. The ground looks dead, lifeless, gray. Yet beneath the soil, seeds are stirring. When spring comes, life bursts forth buds, blossoms, fruit. That is what 888 represents for you, the springtime of your destiny. The season when what was hidden breaks forth. Chosen one. You may have been in cycles of waiting, cycles of trial, cycles of delay. But new beginnings are written into your story. Not just one, but many. Every failure is a chance for renewal. Every ending is the doorway to a fresh start. That is the promise of 888. Let me share another story. There was a man who lost his business, his health, and his confidence all at once. He thought his life was over, but slowly, small opportunities began to open. First a simple job, then a relationship restored, then strength returning. He realized his life was not ending, it was beginning again. Later, he looked back and said, "What I thought was my grave was actually my womb. God was birthing something new. Chosen one." That is what new beginnings look like. The enemy wants you to believe your mistakes define you, but God says they refine you. What you call wasted years, He calls planted seeds. What you call loss, He calls preparation. New beginnings are never about erasing your past. They are about redeeming it, weaving it into a greater story. Chosen one. Do not fear change. Do not cling to what is dying when God is offering you life. The wilderness is not your permanent home, it is your passage into promise. Every ending you face is a reminder that something fresh is on its way. Heaven specializes in renewal. The prophet Isaiah once declared that God makes a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. That is the heartbeat of 888. New beginnings sprout in barren places. Rivers flow in deserts. Songs rise in silence. So, as you declare this number, let it be more than digits. Let it be your faith saying, "My story is not finished. I step into newness. I embrace the fresh season written for me." You are chosen not to remain in cycles, but to walk in resurrection power, renewal, and unending beginnings. Chosen one. Heaven rejoices not because of the number itself, but because of your faith behind it. You have been marked for renewal. You will rise into fresh beginnings again and again, until your story shines with the beauty of constant redemption. Chosen one. Destiny is not an abstract idea, it is a sacred assignment. A calling written into your very being before you took your first breath. You were not placed here at random. Your life is a scroll, inscribed with purpose. And though seasons of confusion may have blurred your vision, the truth remains, there is something only you can accomplish. Before the foundations of the world, God wove your assignment into the fabric of creation. That is why no amount of imitation or comparison will satisfy you. You cannot fulfill another's assignment, nor can they fulfill yours. Your uniqueness is intentional. Your difference is divine. The writings in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 1, verse 5. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations. Though these words were spoken to Jeremiah, their principle reaches you too. You were known, set apart, and appointed. Your sacred assignment was established before your earthly journey began. Chosen one. Your assignment is revealed in patterns. What burdens your heart? What problems in the world disturb you most deeply? What gifts flow through you naturally? These are not random traits. They are signposts pointing toward your assignment. The place where your compassion meets the world's need is where your calling unfolds. Think of Esther, an orphan girl in exile, elevated to a queen's throne. Her assignment was not luxury, but intercession. She was positioned for a moment of history where her courage would save her people. Her beauty gained her favor, but her assignment demanded bravery. In the same way, the traits you carry are not for vanity, but for purpose. Assignments are often born out of pain. What broke you often becomes what you are called to heal in others. Moses' anger at injustice drove him to defend his people. Joseph's betrayal equipped him to save nations from famine. Paul's zeal as a persecutor was transformed into passion as an apostle. Your wounds are not wasted, they are training grounds for your mission. Picture a key. Its grooves and cuts may look like flaws, but they are precisely what make it fit the lock. Your scars, your struggles, your differences, they are the grooves that shape your key. And there is a door in this world that only your life can unlock. Chosen one, you may feel inadequate, but inadequacy is often the first sign of true calling. If your assignment feels too big, that is because it is. It was never meant to be carried alone. God intentionally designs your mission to exceed your strength so that His strength can be revealed through you. Your not enough becomes His more than enough. Assignments also demand growth. Just as a seed must break open to become a tree, you must step beyond comfort zones to step into calling. Growth often feels like breaking, stretching, or pressure, but it is essential. Without it, your assignment would remain dormant, buried beneath fear and hesitation. Let me share a story. There was a man who loved teaching but dismissed it as unimportant. He thought his voice carried no weight, yet people constantly came to him for wisdom. Slowly, he realized this was not a hobby, but a calling. When he embraced it, lives changed through his words. What he considered ordinary was actually sacred. Chosen one. What you call small may be your assignment waiting to be honored. Your assignment may not look like a pulpit or a stage. It may be raising a child in truth, writing words that inspire, creating systems that free people, serving the broken with compassion. Assignment is not about visibility, but impact. Heaven measures not by applause, but by obedience. Chosen one. Your assignment also comes with resistance. Every true mission attracts opposition. That is why battles intensified when you moved closer to obedience. The enemy fears what will happen when you fully embrace your task. Resistance is not a sign to quit. It is confirmation that your mission is dangerous to darkness. Think of Nehemiah rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem. Every step forward brought mockery, sabotage, and distraction. Yet he stayed on the wall, refusing to come down. That is the mindset you must carry. Your assignment requires focus. Distractions will come dressed as opportunities. Enemies will disguise themselves as friends. But your calling demands that you remain steady on the wall until the work is complete. Your assignment is also generational. What you do now will ripple beyond your lifetime. Abraham's obedience birthed nations. Ruth's loyalty secured a lineage that led to David and ultimately to Christ. What seems small in your lifetime may echo in eternity. Your faithfulness writes stories your descendants will walk in. Picture a torch passed from one runner to another in a relay. You are not running for yourself alone, you carry fire for those after you. Your assignment is not just about your fulfillment, but about legacy. Chosen one. Clarity comes through intimacy. The closer you draw to God, the clearer your mission becomes. The assignment is not discovered through comparison, but through communion. Your prayer life is not just spiritual maintenance, it is your navigation system. In silence, in scripture, in surrender, your instructions are revealed. And know this, your assignment is not fragile. You cannot miss it if your heart remains surrendered. Delays may come, detours may happen, but God redeems time. What matters is not perfection, but posture. Stay yielded, and your steps will be aligned again and again. So rise. Chosen one, embrace the truth that you were crafted for a purpose greater than yourself. Your assignment is not a burden to fear, but a privilege to honor. The world may not yet see it, but heaven already celebrates it. You are not wandering, you are walking a sacred path. Let your heart rest in this assurance. Your life is not random. Your assignment is written. Your obedience will unlock doors, heal lives, and echo into generations. You were chosen not only to live, but to accomplish, and you will. Chosen one, there is a sacred moment in every journey when authority is awakened. It does not come from titles, positions, or the applause of people. True authority flows from alignment when your heart bows fully to God. Your words rise with weight, and heaven stands behind them. Authority is not something you chase, it is something you carry when obedience is complete. Consider Jesus in the wilderness. 40 days without food, tempted by the enemy at every turn. He did not argue endlessly. He answered with truth. His authority did not rest in human power, but in divine backing. Each, it is written, was a sword, cutting through lies. Authority always rests in truth, and truth is sharpened through surrender. The writings in the book of Luke, chapter 10, verse 19, I have given you authority to trample on snakes and scorpions and to overcome all the power of the enemy. Nothing will harm you. This promise is not poetic exaggeration. It is a reality for those who walk as chosen. Authority is not a fragile cloak. It is armor that darkness cannot pierce. Chosen one, your authority often emerges from your wounds. The areas where you bled become the places where your words now heal others. The temptations you resisted grant you boldness to command breakthrough for others. Pain endured becomes authority released. Without the fire of trials, your voice would lack weight. With it, your words become unshakable. Picture a soldier who has walked through countless battles. His armor bears scars. His sword is worn, but his stance is steady. When he speaks, new recruits listen not because of his volume, but because of his experience. Authority is forged in the same way. Every storm you survived, every tear you prayed through, every night you refused to quit has layered authority upon your life. Let me share a story. A young woman once lived in fear. She whispered her prayers, doubted her strength, and hid her voice. Yet, as battles came, as rejection stung, as betrayal pierced, she kept standing. Years later, she began to speak to others, walking through the same valleys. Her voice carried unusual power, not because she was eloquent, but because she had lived it. Authority is not borrowed, it is lived. Chosen one, authority also carries responsibility. It is not given for self-exaltation, but for service. Authority is a mantle, not a medal. When you speak with authority, demons tremble, but people should feel safe. Authority is never about control, it is about stewardship, healing, deliverance, and direction. Think of Peter. once impulsive, denying Jesus in fear, yet later standing in Jerusalem, declaring truth so boldly that thousands believed in one day. What changed? He had encountered the resurrected Christ. Authority was born in surrender, and his words became fire that ignited hearts. Authority also manifests in peace. You do not need to shout to prove it. When storms raged, Jesus simply said, "Peace, be still." Creation recognized its creator. In the same way, your presence will shift atmospheres, not because of noise, but because of authority. Darkness recognizes when someone carries heaven's backing. Picture a key opening a door without the right key. No amount of force can unlock it, but with the right key, even gentle pressure swings it wide open. Authority is your key. It gives you access where others are blocked. It opens doors of influence, healing, provision, and breakthrough, not because of effort, but because heaven authorizes your step. Chosen one. Authority grows through consistency. Every time you obey in small things, you grow in weight for greater things. Authority is not built in a day. It is accumulated through years of surrender. It is the quiet yes, the hidden obedience, the faithfulness when no one applauds. These unseen choices layer your spirit with authority. And authority, once activated, transforms your perspective. You stop praying as a beggar and begin praying as an heir. You stop shrinking back in fear and begin standing in confidence. You realize heaven is not far but within you, backing you. That shift changes everything. Let me share another story. There was a man who struggled with fear for years. He prayed timidly, always unsure if God heard him. But after enduring many storms, he began to notice that when he prayed for others, peace came. When he declared healing, breakthrough followed. Slowly, he realized the authority he had long doubted was already his. He simply had to walk in it. Chosen one. Authority is not arrogance. It does not puff up, it humbles. The more authority you carry, the more you realize it is not your doing. You are a vessel, a mouthpiece, a carrier of something far greater. True authority bows low before it stands tall. Authority is also recognized in spiritual realms. While people may doubt or dismiss you, demons know when you carry weight. Remember in Acts, when some tried to cast out demons by copying Paul's words, the demons replied, "Jesus I know, Paul I know, but who are you?" Authority cannot be imitated. It is either carried or it is not. Chosen one. Your words are not ordinary. When you align with heaven, your declarations shift realities. Chains break, doors open, hearts heal. This is why discipline, surrender, and intimacy matter, because they keep your authority sharp, uncluttered by compromise. Picture a torch in the darkness, without fire. It is just wood, but when lit, it drives back shadows. Your life is that torch. Without surrender, you are just form. But with authority, you burn, and darkness flees. Chosen one. Authority is already stirring in you. It has been growing quietly through trials, through persistence, through prayer. You may not always feel it, but others sense it. The weight on your words, the peace in your presence. the fire in your spirit. These are marks of authority, and this authority will not remain hidden. The day will come when heaven unveils it fully. Your words will carry unusual weight. Your prayers will open impossible doors. Your presence will shift entire atmospheres, not because of who you are, but because of who you carry. So walk forward, chosen one. Do not doubt the authority within you. It is not pride to acknowledge it, it is obedience. Heaven placed this mantle upon you. Carry it with humility. Wield it with wisdom. And let it be a weapon against darkness and a balm for the broken. Chosen one. Betrayal has a way of cutting deeper than any sword. It comes not from strangers, but from those closest to you, from voices you trusted, hands you held, people you thought would walk with you forever. The pain of betrayal is unique because it violates intimacy. It takes trust, the most fragile of treasures, and shatters it into fragments. Yet hear this, betrayal is not the end of your story. It is a teacher, a refiner, a revealer. Betrayal uncovers what words cannot, exposes what masks hide, and pushes you into the arms of God when human arms have failed. It is never pleasant, but it is always purposeful. The writings in the book of Psalms, chapter 41, verse 9. Even my close friend, someone I trusted, one who shared my bread, has turned against me. David's lament echoes your own pain. He knew the sting of betrayal from Saul, from Absalom, from friends who abandoned him, and yet, even in the midst of treachery, God's hand never left him. Chosen one. Betrayal often arrives before breakthrough. It is the enemy's attempt to wound you so deeply that you abandon your assignment. Yet, paradoxically, betrayal also propels you. Joseph was betrayed by his brothers, but it positioned him for the palace. Jesus was betrayed by Judas, yet it opened the path to the cross, the very place of victory. What the enemy meant for destruction, God wove into destiny. Picture a tree in autumn. Leaves fall away, some torn by the wind, others dropping silently. It may look like loss, but the tree is not dying, it is preparing for renewal. Betrayal feels like losing branches you thought would stay, but in truth, it clears space for new growth. Let me tell you a story. A young leader trusted his circle completely. When betrayal struck, he was crushed. He thought his life's work had ended. But as the dust settled, he discovered something those who betrayed him had been blocking his growth, weighing down his vision. With them gone, his clarity sharpened, and new allies arrived, true friends who walked in covenant, not convenience. Betrayal had not buried him, it had freed him. Chosen one. Betrayal also sharpens discernment. You begin to see not only who walks with you, but why. Some are drawn to your light, but not all intend to protect it. Some are attracted to your oil, but not all are willing to pay the price for it. Betrayal teaches you to listen for motives, not just words. Think of a potter shaping clay. Sometimes he presses hard, creating cracks in the surface. At first, it looks ruined, but through those cracks, the potter can reinforce the clay with golden seams, making it more beautiful and stronger than before. That is what betrayal does in your spirit. It leaves marks, but those very marks become filled with glory. And now, chosen one, let me pause, not to demand, not to pressure, but to extend an invitation. If these words echo in your spirit, let your response be more than silent agreement. Press like as though you were placing a stone at the edge of a river, saying, "Here is where I crossed over my pain." Share this message as though you were lighting a lantern and hanging it in a dark valley, guiding someone else who feels the sting of betrayal. Subscribe as though you were building a home by a spring of water, returning often to drink and be renewed. And in the comments, write your heart in brief. Let it be like carving your initials into wood, saying, "I was here, and I endured." These actions are not transactions. They are symbolic choices, reminders that your pain has meaning, that your betrayal will not silence you, and that your story is not wasted. Chosen one, you are not alone in this. Jesus himself was betrayed with a kiss, yet he did not allow it to define him. He allowed it to fulfill him. The betrayal was real, but the destiny was greater. Your own story will mirror this. What broke you will become the very doorway to your crown. Picture a crown forged from broken metal. Each shard comes from betrayal, each piece from loss. Yet when melted and refined, the fragments become one masterpiece, placed on your head as authority. Your crown is not made of untouched gold. It is made of the very betrayals that once pierced you. So, do not curse your betrayal. Let it teach you. Let it cleanse your circle. Let it prepare your spirit. For beyond the sting lies strength, and beyond the loss lies legacy. Chosen one, lift your eyes. The pain you feel today will become tomorrow's testimony. The tears you shed in secret will water the seeds of your future, and the betrayal you thought would end you will, in time, reveal itself as the moment that freed you for your true assignment. So, walk forward, not bitter, but wiser, not broken, but rebuilt, not defeated, but crowned. The betrayal season is not the end of your story. It is the turning of the page into something greater. Chosen one, picture those broken fragments of betrayal melting in the fire. They are no longer jagged pieces of pain, but shining elements of a crown. What once wounded you is being reshaped into glory. Each scar you carry is not wasted. They are threads woven into the fabric of your testimony, turning loss into legacy. Your crown gleams because it has been through fire. So, wear it with courage. Walk forward with head lifted. Your story is not of defeat, but of transformation. Betrayal has not ended you, it has enthroned you. Chosen one, there are seasons when your journey feels like an endless wilderness. You look around and see no clear path, no water, no shade, only vast stretches of uncertainty. The wilderness strips away comforts, exposes fears, and confronts you with silence. Yet, paradoxically, it is in the wilderness that God does his deepest work. The wilderness is not punishment, it is preparation. Israel wandered for 40 years, not because God abandoned them, but because he was shaping them. In that barren land, he tested their faith, revealed their hearts, and taught them dependence. The wilderness revealed whether they trusted manna or murmured for Egypt. The writings in the book of Hosea, chapter 2, verse 14. Therefore, I am now going to allure her. I will lead her into the wilderness and speak tenderly to her. Notice the words lead and speak. The wilderness is not a place of abandonment, but of intimacy. It is there, stripped of distractions, that God whispers most tenderly. Chosen one. Think of the wilderness as a furnace where false identities burn away. The applause of people fades. Achievements lose their shine. And even your own strength fails. What remains is the core of who you are before God. The wilderness strips you to truth. Picture a sculptor with raw marble. He sees the masterpiece hidden inside, though others see only stone. With chisel and hammer, he strikes, removes, and shapes. The wilderness is God's chisel. Each blow feels harsh, but it reveals the form of your true self. Let me tell you a story. A man once entered a long season where every plan failed. Relationships broke, finances crumbled, and health faltered. He called it his wilderness. At first, he fought it, trying to escape, but eventually, he yielded. In that stillness, he began to hear God's voice clearly for the first time. When the season ended, he emerged not bitter but transformed. The wilderness had not wasted him, it had remade him. Chosen one. The wilderness also humbles you. It teaches you that bread alone cannot sustain you, that water alone cannot quench you. Israel learned that man lives not by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. In the wilderness, you discover that your true nourishment is not material but spiritual. Consider Jesus. Led into the desert for 40 days, he faced hunger, temptation, and loneliness. Yet it was in that wilderness that his authority was proven. The Spirit led him there. And when he returned, he came out in the power of the Spirit. The wilderness always precedes power. Chosen one. Do not despise this season if you are in it now. The wilderness feels endless, but it has boundaries, just as dawn follows night. Promise follows wilderness. It is not a place to live forever. It is a passage to prepare you for what comes next. The wilderness also teaches trust in timing. In barren places, there is no rushing. You cannot force the manna to fall early or the water to spring ahead of schedule. You learn to wait, to rely, to trust. Timing becomes training, and when the promise finally comes, you value it deeply because you know what it cost to wait. Picture an eagle teaching its young to fly. The mother stirs the nest, pushing the eaglet to the edge. The eaglet resists, afraid of the vast air. But the mother knows the wilderness of the sky is the only place wings can learn their strength. Your wilderness is like that, forcing you to discover wings you never knew you had. Chosen one. Many of the greatest callings were birthed in wildernesses. Moses found his mission not in Pharaoh's palace, but in Midian's desert. David was trained not on thrones, but in lonely fields. John the Baptist's voice was forged in the wilderness before it shook nations. Wildernesses birth voices that carry weight. But the wilderness is also a mirror. It reveals what lies beneath the surface. Israel's grumbling showed their unbelief. Jesus' obedience showed his trust. Your wilderness reveals whether fear or faith leads you. Do not fear what is exposed. Allow God to heal it. The wilderness uncovers so it can also transform. Let me share another story. A woman once longed for success. She prayed for promotion, recognition, and influence. Instead, she entered years of obscurity, forgotten by many. She served quietly. It felt like wilderness. Yet in that hidden place, her character was refined, her pride stripped, her intimacy with God deepened. Years later, When her influence finally came, she carried humility and depth that no platform could teach. The wilderness had prepared her well. Chosen one. Remember, the wilderness is temporary, but its lessons are eternal. What you learn there will sustain you in the land of promise. Without wilderness training, promise can destroy you. But with it, you will not only enter the promise, you will remain faithful within it. So, if you feel lost, weary, or stretched thin, know this: you are not forgotten. The wilderness is not abandonment, it is alignment. God is closer than you realize, whispering tenderly, shaping deeply, preparing fully. When the wilderness ends, you will not emerge the same. You will come out lighter, clearer, stronger, and ready for the weight of glory. Chosen one. There are seasons when you feel the weight of waiting press upon your soul. Waiting can be more difficult than fighting. In battle, you at least act. In waiting, you simply endure. The stillness stretches you. The delay tests you. And impatience whispers lies in your ear. Yet, waiting, though painful, is a sacred classroom where faith matures. Waiting is not wasted time. It is preparation in disguise. The seed hidden in the soil does not sprout the day it is planted. Days pass, then weeks, while nothing appears above the ground. But beneath the surface, roots are digging deep, securing strength for the future. That unseen work is what keeps the tree standing when storms arrive. Your waiting is the same. Strength is forming where eyes cannot see. The writings in the book of Isaiah, chapter 40, verse 31, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." Notice the pattern: wait, then soar. Waiting is not stillness for its own sake. It is the birthplace of soaring strength. Chosen one. Waiting exposes motives. When answers delay, you discover whether you loved God for blessings or for himself. Waiting tests the purity of devotion. Anyone can praise when promises arrive, but only the chosen learn to worship in silence, clinging to God alone. Think of Abraham, promised a son, yet years turned to decades. His body aged. His wife's womb grew barren. Still, he believed. The wait was long, but the miracle was sure. Isaac's birth carried more than joy. It carried testimony that waiting is never wasted when God has spoken. Waiting also protects you. What seems like delay is often divine timing. A fruit plucked too early is sour. Only when it ripens does it taste sweet. If the promise arrived prematurely, it could crush you. Waiting ensures that both the promise and the person are ready. Picture a blacksmith forging a sword. The metal is heated, hammered, cooled, then heated again. The process seems repetitive, even excessive, but without it, the blade would snap in battle. Waiting is your furnace. Every cycle strengthens you. Every delay prepares you to withstand what is ahead. Let me tell you a story. There was a woman who dreamed of leading, of influencing lives. But instead of platforms, she found herself in years of hidden service. She thought God had forgotten her, yet in those hidden years, she learned humility, patience, and endurance. When the door finally opened, she carried not only vision but also depth. Her waiting had shaped her for longevity. Not just for a moment. Chosen one. Waiting also draws you closer to God. In the absence of visible answers, you are forced to lean into His presence. Waiting stretches your prayer life, deepens your hunger, and awakens your dependency. While others run ahead in haste, you learn to sit still and know Him more intimately. Consider Joseph in prison. His dreams seemed buried, forgotten by men, delayed by years. Yet God's plan was unfolding silently. The waiting positioned him so that when Pharaoh's call came, he was not only ready to interpret dreams, but also to govern a nation. Delay does not mean denial, it means design. Waiting is also warfare. The enemy tempts you to quit, to compromise, to settle for less than what was promised. He whispers, "God has forgotten you," but every day you continue to trust. Every moment you refuse to bow to impatience. You wage war. Your endurance itself is a weapon. Picture a candle burning in the dark. The longer it waits, the more it proves its resilience. While the room remains unchanged, the candle endures, shining steadily. That is what you are doing in waiting. You are shining. Others may not notice, but heaven sees. Let me share another story. A man prayed for restoration in his family. Years passed with no visible change, yet he chose to keep loving, to keep serving, to keep believing. Slowly, hearts softened. Eventually, reconciliation came. When it did, he realized that waiting had not only changed his family, it had changed him. He had learned patience, compassion, and faithfulness. The miracle mattered, but the transformation mattered more. Chosen one. Waiting is not weakness. It is strength under tension. It is faith that refuses to break. It is trust that withstands silence. In waiting, your character matures, your vision clarifies, and your faith becomes unshakable. Remember this, every great promise in Scripture required waiting. Abraham for Isaac, Joseph for his dreams, David for his crown, Jesus for his hour. The delay did not diminish the promise, it magnified it. Waiting is heaven's way of preparing a stage for glory. So, if you are waiting now, do not despise it. Lift your eyes. The silence is not absence, it is strategy. The delay is not denial, it is design. Every day you endure is a seed planted in eternity. When the fulfillment comes, you will understand why the wait was necessary. Chosen one. Breathe. Be still. Trust the process. Waiting is not wasted. It is the sacred hallway between promise and fulfillment, and you are walking it not alone, but with the one who holds both the promise and the timing in his hands. Chosen one. The weight you carry is holy. Though it feels heavy, it is shaping you into someone who can hold the very promise without breaking. What you call delay is God weaving strength into your spirit. So the blessing will not crush you when it comes, and when the appointed time arrives, the wait will make sense. The tears, the silence, the restless nights will all become testimonies of endurance. You will not just receive the promise, you will embody the patience that preserved it. Waiting is not punishment, it is preparation for glory. Chosen one. There is a power in agreement that shakes the unseen realms. Agreement is more than people nodding together, it is alignment of spirit, a unity that releases authority. When hearts, words, and faith align under heaven's purpose. Walls crumble, chains break, and doors swing wide. Agreement is not weakness, it is multiplied strength. From the very beginning, God wove agreement into creation. Two lights rule the sky, day and night in harmony. Two become one in marriage, reflecting covenant. Jesus sent his disciples out in pairs, knowing that unity amplifies witness. Even in prayer, agreement carries unique power. The writings in the book of Matthew, chapter 18, verse 19, again. Truly I tell you that if two of you on earth agree about anything they ask for, it will be done for them by my Father in heaven. Agreement is not symbolic, it is prophetic. Heaven responds when earth aligns. Chosen one, you have felt the opposite too, disagreement that drains energy, discord that divides vision. The enemy knows the power of unity, which is why he works tirelessly to sow offense, suspicion, and division. He fears your agreement because he knows what it can accomplish. Picture a single coal glowing faintly, alone. It will fade quickly, but place it among others, and suddenly flames ignite. Heat intensifies, and light spreads. That is what agreement does. Your flame may feel small, but joined with others, it becomes a fire that darkness cannot contain. Let me tell you a story. A small group of believers once gathered in a home, weary and discouraged. Each carried personal burdens. Each fought private battles. Yet as they prayed, their voices began to align. What started as whispers grew into one sound, one cry. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Healing came. Courage returned. Joy overflowed. Nothing had changed outwardly, but agreement shifted the unseen. Chosen one, you were never designed to carry your journey alone. Agreement is a gift, a shield, a confirmation. When your faith feels weak, another's agreement strengthens you. When your vision blurs, another's clarity anchors you. Agreement does not erase individuality, it multiplies strength. Even creation testifies of this. A flock of birds flies in formation, their wings creating wind currents that make the journey easier for all. Scientists call it drafting, but heaven calls it agreement. Alone, the bird tires quickly. Together, they travel farther with less strain. Agreement carries you farther than isolation ever could. Agreement also silences lies. The enemy whispers, "You are alone, forgotten, misunderstood." But when another voice joins yours in faith, the lie loses power. Agreement becomes evidence that you are not walking blindly. Others see what you see. Believe what you believe. Declare what you declare. Chosen one, today you are being invited into a prophetic act of agreement. In the comments, write the number 4444. This number is not random. 4 is the number of foundation, 4 corners of the earth, 4 winds, 4 living creatures around the throne. By declaring 4444, you are establishing a prophetic foundation, saying, "My life is aligned. I agree with heaven's order. I stand on unshakable ground." Understand, this is not superstition, it is symbolism. Your comment becomes a marker of alignment. It is like placing a stone at the edge of a river, declaring, "Here I crossed. Here I agreed. Here I built. Heaven honors these prophetic acts because they express faith made visible. Picture builders raising a house. Each stone by itself is ordinary, but together they form walls of strength. Your number is one stone. Combined with others, it becomes a wall, a testimony that chosen ones are aligning. Agreement builds something that outlasts individuals. Let me share another story. A man once battled deep despair. He felt unseen, unheard, on the edge of giving up. Yet one night, he stumbled into a gathering where others prayed with boldness. As they lifted their voices in unison, his heart softened. Their agreement became his lifeline. He walked away renewed, not because his circumstances changed instantly, but because he realized he was not alone. Agreement saved him. Chosen one. Agreement is also warfare. Demons tremble not only when one prays, but when voices unite. Agreement disrupts darkness because it mirrors heaven's order. Revelation describes multitudes crying, "Holy, holy, holy," and their unity shakes heaven itself. On earth, your agreement carries echoes of that eternal chorus. Think again of Jericho. 7 days of marching, 7 priests blowing trumpets. One shout of agreement and walls collapsed. The strategy was not in human strength, but in unified obedience. Agreement toppled what seemed impossible. Chosen one. Your assignment may be personal, but your strength multiplies in unity. Agreement turns solitary battles into collective victories. Agreement turns whispers into thunder. Agreement turns fragile sparks into wildfires. And here is the beauty: you do not need multitudes to experience the power of agreement. Even 2 hearts aligned can shift atmospheres. Even a handful of voices can release heaven's authority. Agreement is not measured by numbers but by unity. Picture an orchestra. A single instrument can play, but the sound is thin. When many instruments tune to the same key, the music becomes symphonic, filling the air with power. Agreement is that harmony in the spirit. When you align with others in faith, heaven hears a symphony, not scattered notes. So, chosen one, do not underestimate your number, your word, your act of agreement. It may feel small, but in the spirit, it is mighty. The enemy trembles not at isolated voices, but at united ones. And today, by declaring 4,444, you join not just with people, but with heaven's order. Agreement is your foundation. Agreement is your shield. Agreement is your testimony. And when heaven and earth align, nothing can stand against it. Chosen one. There is a truth you must carry into every step of your journey. Storms are inevitable, but they are not final. Storms come to test foundations, to reveal what is fragile and what is strong. They rage against your mind, your relationships, your calling. They shake what can be shaken so that what cannot be shaken may remain. Storms are not signs that you are abandoned. They are signs that you are alive, moving, advancing. Ships anchored safely in the harbor never face waves, but they also never fulfill their purpose. It is only when a ship ventures into the open sea that storms rise. If you are facing storms, it is because you are moving forward. The writings in the book of James, chapter 1, Verse 3, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Notice this testing produces something. Storms are not empty, they are productive. They forge perseverance, endurance, and depth that calm seas could never create. Chosen one. Storms strip away illusions. When waves crash, you quickly see what anchors hold and which ones were false. Storms expose weak foundations, but they also prove strong ones. The people who stand with you in storms are revealed, and the faith you truly possess becomes visible. Picture a tree in the middle of a hurricane. Its branches whip and bend. Some even break, but if the roots are deep, the tree remains. Later, when the storm passes, new growth sprouts, stronger than before. That is you. The storm may bend you, but it will not uproot you. Let me tell you a story. A man once lost everything in a financial collapse. His security was shattered, his reputation questioned. At first, he saw only ruin. But as he walked through the storm, he realized the collapse had stripped him of pride, of false dependencies, of shallow friendships. What remained was faith, family, and resilience. Years later, he rebuilt not on sand, but on stone. The storm had not destroyed him, it had redefined him. Chosen one. Storms also bring revelation. When the disciples faced a storm on the sea, terrified for their lives, Jesus stood and rebuked the wind. In that moment, they saw him not just as teacher, but as Lord over creation. Without the storm, that revelation would have remained hidden. Storms often reveal dimensions of God you could not know in calm. Consider this: storms drive roots deeper. Without resistance, trees grow shallow. With storms, they dig further into the soil, anchoring themselves. Your trials are doing the same. They force you to dig deeper into prayer, into scripture, into trust. What feels like struggle is actually strengthening. Chosen one. Storms also purify. They wash away what does not belong, clearing clutter, removing distractions. They leave behind clarity. When all else is shaken, you discover what truly matters. The storm becomes a refining fire, leaving gold where dross once hid. Picture a lighthouse on a cliff. In calm weather, its light seems unnecessary, almost irrelevant. But in storms, its beam becomes salvation for sailors. Your life, too, shines brightest in storms. When others falter, your faith stands as a beacon. You may not realize it, but your endurance gives direction to those lost at sea. Let me share another story. A young woman endured betrayal, loss, and illness all in one season. She thought the storm would crush her, yet, in her weakness, she clung to God. Her endurance became a testimony, and many around her found strength by watching her. What she thought was her breaking point became her ministry. Chosen one. Storms are also seasonal. No storm lasts forever. Clouds may linger, rain may fall, winds may howl, but eventually, skies clear. Your storm has an appointed end. The enemy may roar, but he cannot prolong what heaven has decreed will cease. And when the storm passes, something extraordinary happens. The air is cleaner, the sky brighter, the earth refreshed. After your storm, Your spirit will carry freshness, clarity, and renewal. You will see life with sharper eyes, valuing what truly endures. Remember Paul's shipwreck. The storm battered the vessel until it broke apart. Yet, by clinging to pieces of the wreckage, every soul reached shore safely. Sometimes storms destroy what you thought you needed. But even in the wreckage, God preserves what matters most. Chosen one. Storms also carry hidden assignments. They place you in positions you never would have chosen. Paul's storm brought him to Malta, where miracles unfolded and lives were touched. Your storm may place you where your testimony becomes someone else's survival. Picture a diamond. It is formed under intense pressure, forged in darkness, cut with precision. Without pressure, it remains coal. Without storms, you remain potential. With storms, you emerge as treasure. Chosen one, do not fear the storm. Stand firm, anchor deep. Let the waves come, for they cannot drown one who is held by the hand of God. The storm that surrounds you is smaller than the spirit within you. And when the winds quiet, when the skies clear, you will not only have survived, you will shine. You will carry the authority of one who has faced the tempest and endured. You will walk as a witness that storms do not define destiny, they reveal it. So, lift your eyes, see beyond the waves, trust the one who commands them. The storm is not your end, it is your passage. You will not drown. Chosen one, you will stand, refined, strengthened, and radiant when the storm has passed. Chosen one, storms do not come to erase you, they come to engrave you. Each wave that tried to bury you has carved strength into your spirit, like ocean tides, shaping rock into something enduring. You are not weaker because of the storm, you are etched with resilience. And when you look back, you will see the storm differently. What once felt like chaos will appear as choreography, every gust of wind pushing you closer to purpose. You will not just tell people you survived, you will show them what it means to be anchored in God when the storm rages. Chosen one, legacy is not measured in what you gather, but in what you leave behind, the possessions you own, the titles you carry. The applause you hear, these fade, but the seeds you plant, the lives you touch, the words you release, these echo long after your steps have ended. You are not here only to live, you are here to leave a mark that cannot be erased. Think of a river. It does not drink its own waters, it flows outward, nourishing fields, filling wells, sustaining life. That is what legacy is, your life flowing beyond yourself, carrying strength, wisdom, and faith into others. A river does not strive to be remembered, it simply gives, and its giving carves valleys that stand for generations. The Apostle Paul wrote in the book of 2 Timothy, chapter 4, verse 7, I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. His legacy was not in monuments, but in faith carried by those he mentored. Churches he planted, letters he wrote, 2,000 years later. His words still ignite hearts. That is legacy life echoing beyond time. Chosen one. Legacy is built in hidden choices. Every time you forgive when bitterness tempts you, you plant seeds of healing. Every time you choose integrity when compromise offers shortcuts, you lay foundations of trust. Every time you pray when no one sees, You release strength into the atmosphere that future generations will walk in. Legacy is not always loud, it is consistent. Picture a candle lighting another. The flame does not lose strength by sharing. Instead, the room grows brighter. That is your life. Each word of encouragement, each act of love, each moment of faith lights another flame. Before long, the darkness flees, not because of one candle, but because of many carrying the same fire. Let me share a story. A grandmother prayed quietly every morning for her family. Few noticed. She never preached, never stood on platforms. Yet years later, her grandchildren testified that her prayers protected them, her faith shaped them, and her words guided them. Her legacy was not in fame but in faith. Chosen one, never underestimate what your hidden faithfulness is building. Legacy also grows through the storms you've endured. Your scars become testimonies. Your survival becomes instruction. When others see you standing after storms that should have drowned you, they believe they can stand too. Legacy is not only about victories, but about endurance. It is saying, I was broken, but I kept walking. You can too. And here, I pause not to demand, but to invite. Press like not as a button, but as if you were planting a seed into soil, marking your commitment to live a life that echoes beyond yourself. Share this message as though you were passing on a torch, lighting the path for someone who feels they are walking in darkness. Subscribe as though you were choosing to build a well in your spiritual journey, a place you can return to for refreshment again and again. These simple acts are more than clicks, they are symbols. They say, I will not let this truth end with me. I will let it flow, multiply, and continue. Legacy is built not by keeping, but by giving. Chosen one, picture a garden. You may plant seeds you will never see bloom, but generations after you will walk through the blossoms. That is legacy. You may never know the full impact of your words, your prayers, your endurance, but others will harvest what you sowed. Heaven counts seeds, not applause. Legacy is also about courage. The courage to break cycles, to walk away from patterns that destroyed those before you. When you choose differently, you rewrite the story. You may not have inherited blessing, but you can begin it. You may not have received freedom, but you can release it. Legacy is courage that says, the pain stops here, and the blessing begins here. Think of Ruth, a Moabite widow with no future. Yet she chose loyalty and faith. Her choice linked her to Boaz, leading to the lineage of David, and ultimately Christ. Her legacy was not wealth or fame, it was obedience that echoed into eternity. Let me share another image. Imagine carving initials into a tree. Years pass. Seasons change. Bark thickens. But the carving remains. Legacy is like that. It is etched by daily choices, enduring even when time tries to cover it. Chosen one. Your legacy is not only for bloodlines but also for spiritual lines. Those you encourage, disciple, and mentor carry pieces of you into their own journeys. Like Paul with Timothy, your investment becomes their inheritance. You may never stand in their shoes, but your voice will echo in their steps. Legacy also requires surrender. To build something that lasts, you must let go of the need to control outcomes. You may not see immediate fruit, but trust that God waters seeds in His time. Legacy trusts that obedience is never wasted, even if unseen. Picture a bridge stretching across a river. The builder may never walk it daily, but countless others will. Legacy is building bridges that others cross long after you. It is creating pathways of faith, hope, and love that make the journey easier for those behind you. Chosen one. Never despise small beginnings. A single prayer can shift a lineage. A single act of kindness can ripple across generations. A single step of faith can inspire countless others. Legacy is not measured in size, but in impact. And remember, legacy is not about perfection. It is about faithfulness, even in your flaws. God can weave impact. David made mistakes, but his heart after God became his true legacy. Your transparency, your repentance, your return to God, these, too, leave marks that outlast you. So, walk forward with courage. Live not only for today, but for tomorrow. Plant seeds you may never see, knowing heaven waters them. Speak words you may never hear repeated, knowing they echo in eternity. Leave behind not only memories but pathways. And when your journey ends, may it be said, you did not only live, you left. You left love. You left faith. You left light. You left a legacy that cannot be erased. Chosen one. There is a moment in every journey when you stand at the threshold of decision. One step forward leads to promise. One step back returns you to bondage. The edge is sharp, the air heavy, and everything within you trembles with the weight of choice. This is not a casual moment, it is sacred ground. A crossroads where eternity leans in to see what you will do. The writings in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 30, verse 19. This day I call the heavens and the earth as witnesses against you that I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life, so that you and your children may live. This is not simply history, it is prophecy. Every chosen one arrives here. Every heart must decide obedience or rebellion, life or death, destiny or delay. Choice is a holy fire. It burns away excuses, exposes motives, and demands clarity. You cannot hide in indecision forever. To delay is to decide by default. Yet, when you choose God, when you step into His will, the fire refines rather than destroys. Picture a traveler holding two keys. One opens a door to a narrow path, steep and rugged, yet leading to a radiant city. The other opens a wide, easy road, smooth at first but ending in ruin. The traveler cannot hold both keys forever. He must decide. That is where you stand now, the weight of the keys in your hand, the call of destiny echoing in your ears. Chosen one. Decisions define destiny. Judas and Peter both failed. Judas chose despair and ended in destruction. Peter chose repentance and was restored to power. David and Saul both sinned. Saul chose pride and lost his throne. David chose humility and found forgiveness. It is never failure that defines you, it is choice. Let me tell you a story. A young woman once wrestled with bitterness. Betrayal had cut her deep, and unforgiveness clung to her like chains. She had a choice: nurture the bitterness or release it. For months she delayed, but one night in prayer, she whispered, "I forgive." The chains shattered. Years later, Her life overflowed with peace and influence. One choice changed her story forever. Chosen one. Choice is also warfare. Heaven and hell watch intently as you stand on sacred ground. Angels hold their breath. Demons whisper lies. Your choice either strengthens chains or snaps them. That is why the enemy tempts you with procrastination, distraction, compromise. He fears your yes to God. Because one yes can shift entire generations. Picture a seed lying dormant. It has potential for forests, shade, fruit, legacy. Yet, until it chooses to break open, it remains small. Your choice is that breaking moment. It feels like death to self, but it births life to destiny. Choice also births authority. When you decide to obey, heaven backs you. Joshua declared, "As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord." That choice gave weight to his leadership, clarity to his vision, and strength to his people. Authority always begins with a choice. Chosen one. Perhaps you are weary of deciding, afraid of making the wrong move. But know this, surrender is never the wrong choice. When you choose God, even if the path feels uncertain, He will guide your steps. What matters most is not clarity of outcome, but courage to choose obedience now. Let me share another story. A man once struggled with addiction. He wavered for years, caught between compromise and conviction. But one day, weary and desperate, he whispered, "Enough." That single choice opened the door to freedom. It was not easy, but it was decisive. Today, he walks in sobriety and leads others into deliverance. His yes became their hope. Chosen one. Today, you too stand on sacred ground. Your decision matters not only for you, but for those who follow after you. Legacy begins with choice. Destiny begins with choice. Freedom begins with choice. And heaven waits for your yes. So now, let your decision echo. Write in the comments these words, "I choose life." It is only 3 words, but they carry eternal weight. When you type them, you are not only engaging, you are declaring your side. You are drawing a line, planting a flag, sealing a covenant. You are saying to heaven, to earth, to hell itself, I will not delay. I will not waver. I choose life. And when you do, something shifts. Demons retreat. Angels rejoice. Heaven records. Your spirit strengthens. Because choice, once spoken, releases power. Picture a torch raised high in the night. Others see it and gather. Your declaration is that torch. When you comment, "I choose life," you are not only testifying for yourself, you are lighting the way for another soul trembling at the crossroads. So do not stay silent. Speak it, write it, declare it. Choice must be visible to have weight. Today is not a day for hesitation, it is a day for decision. Chosen one. The crossroads is before you. The witnesses are gathered. The keys are in your hand. Step forward boldly. For when you choose life, you do not just survive, you step into destiny. Chosen one. When you type, "I choose life," you are not just leaving a comment on a page, you are making a prophetic statement that marks this very moment in your journey. Life here does not only mean breath in your lungs, it means choosing blessing over curse, obedience over rebellion, and destiny over delay. It is a declaration that you will not walk backward into chains, but forward into freedom. This choice is not meant to be private. By writing it, you externalize it. You make it real, concrete, undeniable. Words written become words remembered, and words remembered become choices lived out. That is why even something as simple as a comment carries weight. It becomes an altar in digital space, a stone of remembrance that says, "Here I stood, and here I decided." When you declare, "I choose life," you align with heaven's decree, and all of creation takes notice. Chosen one. Every calling comes with weight. Destiny is never light, for it is meant to shape not only your life, but the lives of others. To be chosen is to carry what others cannot. The weight may sometimes feel unbearable, pressing you down in silence. Yet it is not meant to crush you, it is meant to strengthen you. The writings in the book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." The burden you feel now is not punishment, but preparation. It is shaping you for a glory so heavy that present trials will seem light in comparison. Chosen one. Weight reveals capacity. Just as muscles grow only under resistance, so does faith grow under pressure. Without the stretching, without the strain, you would remain small. But every burden you carry expands your capacity to receive, to give, to endure. What feels like breaking is actually building. Picture a potter shaping clay. The pressure of his hands seems rough, almost violent. Yet, with each press, with each spin, form takes shape. Without pressure, the clay would remain a lump. With it, the clay becomes a vessel of beauty and purpose. Your life is that clay. The weight you feel is not destruction, it is design. Let me tell you a story. A young man once dreamed of leadership. He prayed for influence, for doors to open. But instead, heavy trials came: betrayal, loss, false accusations. At first, he thought God had abandoned him. Later, he realized the weight was training. Each hardship taught him wisdom, compassion, and resilience. When leadership finally came, he carried not arrogance but depth. The weight had made him trustworthy. Chosen one. Burdens are also sacred trusts. God does not place heavy mantles on weak shoulders. If you feel the weight of intercession, of compassion, of responsibility, it is because heaven deemed you able to carry it. The weight itself is proof of your selection. Think of Moses. He bore the cries of a nation, often falling on his face in prayer, exhausted yet relentless. His burden was not punishment, it was partnership. God entrusted him with the weight of his people because Moses' heart could carry it. In the same way, your burden is not proof of abandonment, but of trust. Chosen one. Carrying weight also teaches you dependence. Heavy loads reveal the limits of your strength. When you realize you cannot carry it alone, you lean on the one who promised rest for the weary. The weight becomes lighter, not because circumstances change, but because you share it with God. Picture a yoke placed on oxen. Alone, one animal would collapse, but with another yoked beside it, the burden is shared, the field plowed, the harvest possible. When Jesus said, "His yoke is easy and his burden light," He was not promising no weight, he was promising shared weight. You do not carry alone. Let me share another story. A woman carried the burden of praying for her prodigal son. For years, she felt crushed by it. Yet each night, she placed the weight before God. Slowly, peace filled her even as the years passed. When her son finally returned, she realized the burden had never been solely hers. God had been carrying it all along. Chosen one. Sometimes the weight is people misunderstanding you. They see the surface but not the struggle. They call you too intense, too different, too burdened. Yet what they mock is actually your mantle. Do not despise their misunderstanding. Mantles are often invisible to those who do not carry them. The weight also sharpens discernment. When you carry responsibility, you cannot afford careless choices. Others may wander, but you must walk intentionally. The weight keeps you focused, alert, aware. It demands maturity. Picture a bridge spanning a river. Engineers design it to hold weight far beyond the cars that will cross it. Why? Because storms, floods, and heavy loads will come. You too are designed by God with capacity beyond what you imagine. If He allowed this weight, it is because He already built you strong enough to bear it. Chosen one. Remember, weight also precedes release. Before gold is displayed, it endures the furnace. Before oil flows, olives are crushed. Before wine is poured, grapes are pressed. The heavier the weight, the greater the release that follows. Your current pressure is a prophecy of future power. Let me tell you one more story. A leader once confessed that before every breakthrough in his life, there was a season of unbearable heaviness. Depression pressed him. Opposition surrounded him. Silence enveloped him. Yet each time, on the other side of the weight, doors burst open. Influence expanded. Miracles multiplied. He learned to see heaviness as a sign that release was near. Chosen one. The weight you feel today is not forever. Seasons shift. Burdens lift. But what the weight builds in you will remain. Patience, depth, compassion, strength, authority. These are treasures no thief can steal. No storm can erase. So, do not despise the heaviness. Do not curse the pressure. Recognize it as holy, as preparation, as trust. The weight you carry is proof you are chosen, and when it finally lifts, you will rise not fragile but fortified, not shallow but steadfast, not ordinary but marked with eternal glory. Chosen one. Destiny is never built in comfort. It is always shaped in the fire of trials and the shadows of testing. Every chosen vessel must pass through the refining flames, not because God delights in suffering, but because purity demands process. Gold does not shine without fire, and your spirit cannot carry weight without refinement. The writings in the book of Zechariah, chapter 13, verse 9, "This third I will put into the fire. I will refine them like silver and test them like gold. They will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say, 'They are my people.' And they will say, 'The Lord is our God.'" Refinement is not punishment. It is identity revealed. Fire proves who belongs to God. Chosen one. Fire does what nothing else can. It exposes impurities, strips away what cannot last, and strengthens what remains. Without fire, Gold looks the same as dust. With fire, its brilliance is revealed. The same is true of you. Trials expose, strip, and strengthen until only what is eternal remains. Picture a blacksmith. He places metal into flames until it glows. Then he strikes, bends, and shapes it. The process looks violent, yet without it, the metal would remain brittle, useless in battle. After fire and hammering, the blade becomes strong, sharp, ready. Your trials are forging you the same way. Let me tell you a story. A young man longed for ministry. He prayed for platforms, for influence. Instead, he was betrayed, rejected, and sent into obscurity. For years, he thought God had forgotten him. But later, when doors opened, people marveled at his wisdom and depth. What they didn't see were the fires he endured that purified his motives and sharpened his faith. His ministry carried power because his soul had been refined. Chosen one. Fire also clarifies priorities. In heat, what truly matters becomes clear. Many things you once clung to melt away when tested. Comforts fade. Pride burns. Illusions collapse. Yet what endures faith? Hope. Love shines brighter. Trials strip you not to shame you, but to reveal treasures hidden within. Consider Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, thrown into the fiery furnace. Bound hand and foot, they should have perished, yet the flames did not consume them. Instead, the fire burned only their bonds. When they walked out, not even the smell of smoke clung to them. That is what divine fire does. It destroys chains. Not children. Chosen one. Trials will not destroy you. They will only burn what was never meant to stay. Fear, pride, doubt, compromise. These are the ropes consumed in the flames. When you emerge, you will not be diminished, but freer, lighter, stronger. Picture a diamond mine. To the untrained eye, the stones look ordinary, hidden beneath dirt and pressure. Only through cutting, grinding, and polishing does their brilliance emerge. Trials are your cutting and polishing. They hurt, yes, but they reveal your true radiance. Let me share another story. A woman endured years of sickness. She cried, she wrestled, she questioned. Yet in that furnace, she discovered a faith deeper than feelings. Her prayers became raw, her trust unshakable. When healing finally came, she realized the greatest miracle was not in her body, but in her soul. The fire had refined her into someone radiant with faith. Chosen one. Refinement also protects destiny. Without fire, premature success can destroy. Many rise too quickly, untested, and crumble under pressure. Fire ensures that when you step into promise, your character can sustain it. Refinement builds roots deep enough to hold branches heavy with fruit. Picture a vessel placed in a kiln. Clay by itself is fragile, easily broken, but after fire, it becomes durable, able to carry weight, to hold water, to endure use. That is what trials do. They transform fragile clay into vessels fit for purpose. Chosen one. Do not despise your fire. It is not random. Every flame has purpose. Every test has timing. You may not see it now, but later you will look back and say, "It was good for me to be afflicted, that I might learn your decrees." Fire is a teacher, and its lessons endure. Even Jesus was tested, 40 days in the wilderness, tempted at every level. The Son of God himself was refined, not because he lacked purity, but to demonstrate endurance. If the purest endured fire, how much more will we, chosen one? Your fire is not endless. Every furnace has a limit. Every test an appointed end. God watches the flames carefully. He knows how hot to allow, how long to keep you there. Just as a goldsmith never leaves metal in fire a moment too long, God will not abandon you in trials. He knows when to lift you out. Shining, ready, refined. Let me give you one final image. Imagine a field after wildfire. Ashes cover the ground. Trees seem dead. The air is heavy with loss. Yet, in time, green shoots appear, stronger than before. The fire that seemed destructive actually made way for new life. Your fire too will birth renewal. Chosen one, embrace this truth. The fire is not your enemy. It is your refiner. It will not consume you, it will crown you. You will emerge not fragile, but fierce. Not broken, but brilliant. Not ordinary, but chosen. The flames that scared you will become the testimony that shapes you. So, walk through the fire, not with fear, but with faith. For when you come out, you will shine like gold, carrying a radiance that darkness cannot dim. Chosen one, remember this: fire never touches you without boundaries. God himself sets the temperature and the timing. What feels unbearable is always measured, always purposeful, always under his control. You are not abandoned in the flames, you are accompanied. And when you emerge, you will not only carry your own testimony, you will carry authority to speak into others' trials. Your scars will shine as proof that fire refines, but does not destroy. You will become living evidence that the God who brought you through will also bring others through. Chosen one. There is a rhythm in heaven that echoes through creation: seasons of hiddenness, seasons of breaking, and then seasons of multiplication. God does not only rescue you, he multiplies you. He takes what seemed small, what seemed insignificant, and breathes increase over it until it touches lives far beyond what you could imagine. Multiplication is not just about numbers, it is about impact. A single seed planted in good soil does not remain one, it becomes a tree, producing fruit, providing shade, and scattering more seeds. What you release today may feel small, but it carries within it the potential to shape generations. The writings in the book of John, chapter 12, verse 24, "Very truly I tell you, unless a kernel of wheat falls to the ground and dies, it remains only a single seed. But if it dies, it produces many seeds." The secret of multiplication is surrender. When you release what you cling to, it dies to self, but rises in abundance. Chosen one, you are entering a season of increase. The struggles you endured were not wasted, they were planting seasons. Every tear, every prayer, every act of obedience was a seed. Now heaven whispers, harvest is near. Picture a farmer who labors in silence, digging soil, planting seeds, enduring storms. To the outsider, it looks like nothing is happening. But when the season shifts, Fields bloom with abundance. That is what God is doing in you. Your hidden season was not barrenness, it was sowing. Let me tell you a story. A young man served faithfully in a small community. Few noticed him. He prayed. He worked. He gave, though the fruit seemed invisible. Years later, one of the children he mentored became a leader who impacted thousands. The man realized his small seeds had multiplied far beyond what his eyes could see. That is the mystery of multiplication. You sow in secret, but harvest often blooms in places you may never visit. Chosen one. Multiplication also happens through your pain. Joseph's betrayal and imprisonment looked like loss, but God multiplied his influence until he preserved nations. What others meant for evil, heaven turned into abundance. Your trials are not only about survival, they are about multiplying wisdom, compassion, and authority. Picture a single flame lighting another, then another. Soon an entire field glows with fire. Your testimony, once whispered, becomes wildfire when shared. What God has done for you becomes the spark that ignites courage in others. Multiplication is never about keeping, it is about giving away so that light spreads. Chosen one. Today, you are invited to make this prophetic act visible. In the comments, write the number 5,555. 5 represents grace, divine favor. Undeserved, yet abundant. When written 4 times, it is not just grace for you, but grace multiplied. Grace overflowing into every corner of your life. 5,555 is your declaration that heaven's increase is resting on you, that grace will not only sustain you, it will multiply through you. Understand this, your comment is not superstition. It is seed. Just as farmers plant in faith, so your declaration is a planting act. When you type 5,555, you are saying, I believe that what I have sown will not remain small. I trust that God is multiplying my life into abundance. Picture rain falling on dry ground. Seeds long hidden suddenly awaken, breaking through the soil with life. That is what your prophetic number represents, hidden seeds bursting into visible harvest. Let me share another story. A woman once gave her last small offering, unnoticed by others. Years later, she saw her children rise in favor and her family walk in blessings she could not explain. She realized that what she gave in faith was multiplied by heaven in ways she never imagined. Chosen one. Your small act of faith today carries eternal ripple effects. Multiplication is also generational. What you sow now is not only for you, but for those who follow. Abraham's faith multiplied into Isaac, then Jacob, then a nation. Your obedience today may become the foundation of blessings for your children, grandchildren, and beyond. Seeds sown in faith never die. They travel through time, multiplying in ways you may never see. Picture ripples in a lake. A single stone tossed makes circles that spread outward, touching faraway shores. Your obedience, your declaration, your seed is that stone. The ripples of your faith will touch lives beyond your reach. Chosen one. Multiplication also requires release. If the boy with 5 loaves and 2 fish had clung to them, the crowd would have remained hungry. But when he surrendered, the small meal multiplied to feed thousands, with baskets left over. What you surrender today will feed more than you imagine. And multiplication is not limited to material things. It is your wisdom multiplied in others, your prayers multiplied across generations, your endurance multiplied into testimonies. Every act of faith multiplies into impact. Chosen one. Heaven delights in taking what looks small and making it great. The enemy may laugh at your seed, but God sees the harvest it contains. Do not despise small beginnings. Every mighty forest began with one seed. Every great movement began with one voice. And every legacy began with one choice to release what was held. So declare boldly. Write 5,555 not as digits on a screen, but as faith sown into eternity. This is your prophetic act, your agreement with heaven's rhythm of multiplication. Let your comment be like a seed planted in fertile ground, declaring that your season of increase has come. For the same God who multiplied loaves, who multiplied oil in jars, who multiplied fish in nets, is the God who will multiply your life. And when the harvest comes, it will not only sustain you, it will overflow, feeding nations, blessing generations, and glorifying the one who multiplies without measure. Chosen one. There comes a time when your journey is not only about what you carry, but also about how you pass it on. Influence is not accidental. It is cultivated through the way you live, the way you endure, and the way you shine. Influence is not about fame. It is about leaving fingerprints of light on the lives you touch. The writings in the book of Proverbs, chapter 11, verse 25. A generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed. This is the secret of true influence. It flows not from self-seeking, but from self-giving. The more you refresh others, the more rivers of refreshment flow back into you. Chosen one. Think of influence as fragrance. A flower never announces itself, yet its scent fills the air. You do not need to demand attention when you live surrendered. Your life carries a fragrance of faith, hope, and love that others notice without you trying. Influence is not forced, it flows. Picture a lantern on a dark road. It does not shout, but it shines, guiding travelers who would otherwise stumble. That is you. Your influence may feel small, but for someone walking in darkness, your light is the difference between falling and finding the way. Let me tell you a story. A man once mentored a few young people in obscurity. He was not famous, not celebrated, yet those few went on to impact nations. His name was rarely remembered, but his influence lived on through them. This is the essence of true influence. You may never know its full reach, but heaven records it all. Chosen one. Influence multiplies when you live with authenticity. People are not drawn to perfection, but to truth. Your scars, your endurance, your victories, they carry weight because they are real. When others see your honesty, they recognize God's hand. Influence is born in transparency. Influence is also stewardship. What God has placed in you, your story, your wisdom, your compassion was never meant to remain hidden. It is a lamp designed to shine. To withhold it is to deny light to those who need it. Influence demands courage to speak, to share, to pour out. Picture a river flowing through dry land. It does not choose who drinks, it simply flows. Influence is the same. It refreshes anyone who encounters it. You do not need to control outcomes. You simply release, and God directs the flow. And here, I want to pause gently. If these words stir your spirit, let your response be an act of reflection. Press like as if you were laying a stone in the foundation of a house, saying, "This truth belongs to me." Share this message as if you were opening a window, letting light pour into homes still locked in shadow. Subscribe as if you were planting a tree, choosing to return to the same spring of wisdom, watering it so it grows into a shelter for your soul. These are not mechanical actions. They are symbols. They represent your willingness to take truth into your life and allow it to flow into others. By doing so, you turn inspiration into legacy. Chosen one. Influence also grows through consistency. A single drop of water seems weak, but drip after drip, it carves valleys into stone. Your daily faithfulness, your steady prayers, your persistent obedience, these small acts shape lives more deeply than you realize. Influence is not built in a day, but it leaves marks that last lifetimes. Let me share another story. A woman quietly visited the sick in her village, praying for them, serving meals, encouraging hearts. She never preached sermons, never stood on stages, yet decades later, people testified that her kindness saved them from despair. Her influence was not loud but lasting. That is the beauty of steady faithfulness. It ripples long after your footsteps fade. Chosen one. Remember that influence is not for control, but for service. Jesus, though Lord of all, washed feet. He showed that true greatness is found not in being served, but in serving. Your influence is not about lifting yourself higher, it is about lifting others. Picture a bridge spanning a chasm. It bears the weight of others so they can cross. That is what your influence does. It creates safe passage for those too weary to make it alone. Every prayer, every act of kindness, every word of encouragement becomes a plank in the bridge. Others will walk across. Chosen one. Influence is also tested. Some will misunderstand you. Others may oppose you. Do not be discouraged. Even rivers face rocks, but they keep flowing. Even lanterns face winds, but they keep shining. Influence is not measured by applause, it is measured by endurance. And when you wonder whether your influence matters, remember this: heaven counts differently. The one you encouraged in secret, the prayer you whispered unseen, the seed you planted quietly, these are recorded in eternity. Influence is not always visible, but it is always valuable. So live with open hands, shine without striving, serve without expecting return. That is how true influence spreads like fragrance, like rivers, like bridges, like lanterns. Chosen one. Your life is not small. It is a seed in God's hand, designed to multiply. As you give, as you shine, as you pour out, you will see that influence is not about how many know your name. It is about how many lives are touched by His name through you. And when your journey is complete, may it be said, you did not only walk faithfully, you left light behind. You left rivers flowing, bridges built, trees planted, lanterns shining. You left influence that eternity will celebrate. Chosen one. Identity is the battlefield where most of your struggles begin. The enemy knows that if you doubt who you are, you will never walk in the fullness of your calling. That is why attacks often come against your worth, your belonging, your confidence, But heaven's decree over you has not changed. You are chosen, set apart, and marked for glory. The writings in the book of 1 Peter, chapter 2, verse 9, "But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of him who called you out of darkness into his wonderful light." This is not poetry, it is identity. Every word is a banner: chosen, royal, holy, treasured, chosen one. Identity is not built on feelings, it is built on truth. Feelings shift like sand, but truth is rock. The world may label you as failure, unworthy, or forgotten, but those labels are lies. Your true name is written in heaven, and no voice on earth can erase it. Picture a crown lying in the dust. People walk past it, unaware of its worth. But when the rightful heir picks it up and places it on their head, everything changes. That is what identity does. It transforms posture, vision, and authority. Your crown has been waiting. It is time to wear it. Let me share a story. A young man lived under the weight of rejection. Teachers mocked him. Family overlooked him. Friends abandoned him. He believed the lies for years. But one day, reading scripture, he discovered the words "fearfully and wonderfully made." It struck him like lightning. Slowly, he began to live as if it were true. Years later, he became a mentor, teaching others to see themselves through God's eyes. His life transformed because identity replaced lies with truth. Chosen one. Identity is also forged in hiddenness. Before David wore a crown, he carried a harp and a sling. Forgotten in the fields, he learned courage, worship, and intimacy with God. His identity was not shaped on the throne but in solitude. Do not despise hidden seasons. They are where your crown is forged. Identity also carries authority. When Jesus was baptized, the heavens opened and the Father declared, "This is my Son, whom I love. With him I am well pleased." Before miracles, before ministry, identity was affirmed. Authority flows not from striving, but from knowing who you are. Picture a tree with deep roots. Storms may rage, branches may bend, but roots keep it standing. Identity is those roots. Without them, you are tossed by every opinion, every rejection. With them, you remain steady, unshaken, anchored, chosen one. The enemy fears your awakening. He trembles when you discover your true worth. That is why he tempts you to compare, to envy, to hide. But the moment you say, "I am chosen," chains fall, the prison door opens, the lie loses its power. Let me share another story. A woman struggled with insecurity. She compared herself endlessly, feeling always behind. But one night in prayer, she sensed God whisper, "You are mine." That simple phrase unraveled years of striving. She began to walk taller, smile freer, and speak bolder. Others noticed the change, not because she became perfect, but because she finally believed she was loved. Chosen one. Today, you are invited to declare your identity boldly. In the comments, type these words, "I am chosen." 3 words, yet they carry fire. By writing them, you agree with heaven's decree and silence hell's lies. You mark this day as the moment when identity overcame insecurity. This declaration is not empty engagement. It is covenant. When you write, "I am chosen," you are lifting your crown from the dust and placing it on your head. You are saying to heaven and earth, "I refuse to live as less than what God has called me. I embrace my true name." Picture a mirror shattered by lies. Each shard reflects distortion. But when truth is spoken, the mirror is restored, and you finally see yourself clearly. That is what this declaration does. It restores vision. Chosen one. Identity also multiplies courage. When you know who you are, fear loses grip. David faced Goliath not because he was the strongest, but because he knew his God and trusted his identity as God's warrior. Confidence rooted in truth conquers giants. Identity also awakens purpose. A crown is not an ornament, it is a calling. To know who you are is to understand what you are here for. You are not here to blend in, but to shine. Not here to conform, but to transform. Chosen one. When you type, "I am chosen," you are not just repeating words, you are stepping into alignment. You are agreeing that your scars will not define you. Your failures will not limit you. Your critics will not silence you. You are chosen, and that changes everything. So, let your declaration rise. Write it, believe it, live it, and as you do, watch as insecurity dissolves. Fear crumbles, and destiny opens. For when a chosen one knows their name, nothing can stop them. Chosen one. Identity is not a feeling that comes and goes. It is a foundation. Feelings are like waves up one moment, crashing down the next. But truth is a rock, and when you build on it, storms may come, yet you remain unshaken. To say "I am chosen" is to plant your life on unshakable ground. When you declare it, you remind yourself that you are not here by accident. Heaven crafted you with intention, every detail woven with care. Your story, both the victories and the wounds, has been written into a larger design. Knowing you are chosen means embracing even the chapters you once wished to erase, because now you see they shaped your crown. And identity always demands action. Once you know who you are, you cannot live small anymore. A royal heir does not crawl like a beggar. A torchbearer does not hide in shadows. To embrace your identity is to rise, to walk differently, to speak differently, to live as if heaven truly backs you. So do not just whisper it, live it. Wear your crown boldly, shine your light freely, and let the world see the reflection of the one who chose you before time began. Chosen one. Every path marked by destiny is also marked by battles. To be chosen is to be set apart. And to be set apart means the enemy sees you as a threat. The intensity of your warfare is not proof of weakness, it is proof of worth. Darkness does not waste its energy on those with no assignment. The very fact that you feel resistance is evidence that heaven has placed weight upon your shoulders. The writings in the book of Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms." This war is real. It is unseen, yet relentless. But it is also a war already tilted in your favor. For you do not fight alone. Chosen one. Warfare begins with recognition. Many wander defeated because they misidentify the enemy. You think people are your battle, but flesh and blood are not your adversary. Behind the conflict, beyond the betrayal, deeper than the criticism, spiritual forces stir. When you shift your eyes from faces to forces, from people to powers, you begin to fight correctly. Picture a chessboard. The pawns may move, the knights may clash, but the true battle lies in the unseen strategy guiding the hand. In the same way, your earthly struggles are only the surface. The real war is in the unseen. Recognize it, and you no longer waste energy fighting the wrong battles. Let me tell you a story. A young woman endured constant rejection at work. She thought her colleagues hated her, but as she prayed, she realized it was not personal, it was spiritual. Darkness resisted her because her presence carried light. With that recognition, her prayers shifted. Instead of resenting people, she began to war in the spirit. Peace returned, and eventually, even her workplace changed. Chosen one. Warfare is not only defense, it is advancement. Every battle you face is an attempt to push you back from new territory. The enemy fears expansion. He trembles at the thought of you stepping into influence, into authority, into freedom. His attacks are not random, they are targeted at your destiny. Consider Nehemiah rebuilding Jerusalem's walls. Every stone he placed was met with opposition, mockery, sabotage, threats, yet he pressed on. Why? Because the enemy knew that once the wall stood, the city would be secure. In the same way, the intensity of your battle reveals the importance of what you are building. Chosen one. Do not measure warfare as failure. Measure it as confirmation. The greater the resistance, the greater the breakthrough ahead. The storm that roars the loudest often precedes the clearest skies. Picture a seed pushing through soil. Darkness resists. Dirt presses down, yet it keeps rising. The struggle itself is proof of life. If there were no resistance, it would mean no growth. Your struggle proves you are rising. Let me share another story. A man prayed for his family to find freedom from generational cycles. Immediately, opposition grew, arguments erupted, finances collapsed, sickness struck. At first, he doubted his prayers, but later he realized the resistance was not proof of failure, but proof of threat. Darkness fought harder because freedom was closer than ever. He pressed on, and breakthrough came. Chosen one, remember that your weapons are not of this world. Arguments, anger, manipulation, they achieve nothing in spiritual war. But prayer, fasting, worship, and the word, these are weapons that shake kingdoms. When you lift your voice in prayer, you are not speaking into air, you are striking in the unseen. Picture a trumpet sounding in battle. Its sound may seem simple, but it rallies armies, shifts morale, and terrifies the enemy. Your prayers are that trumpet. Your worship is that sword. Your obedience is that shield. Warfare also reveals your authority. When Jesus sent out the 72, they returned, rejoicing, even demons submitted to his name. Authority is tested only in conflict. Without battle, you would never discover the weight of the name you carry. Every time you resist temptation, rebuke lies, or declare truth, you exercise authority. Chosen one, Warfare is also about territory. Every victory you win is not only for you, but for those who follow. When David killed Goliath, the entire nation rejoiced. His battle broke fear for all. Your battles, too, break chains beyond yourself. Let me share one last story. A mother warred in prayer for her children for years. Sleepless nights, tearful mornings, constant intercession. Eventually, her children turned to God, one by one. But it didn't stop there. Their children also grew in faith. Her warfare had secured not only her family, but generations to come. Chosen one. Warfare is exhausting. Yes, but it is also holy. You are not fighting in vain. Every tear, every prayer, every stand you take is building something eternal. You may not see all the fruit now, but heaven sees, angels record, and one day you will look back and realize every battle birthed breakthrough. So stand firm, lift your head, grip your weapons. Do not fear resistance. It is the sound of destiny at the door. Your warfare is not a sign you are failing. It is a sign you are chosen, advancing, and unstoppable. Chosen one. The battlefield may feel endless, but remember, every war has an appointed end. The enemy's fury is loud, but his time is limited. He rages because he knows he cannot prevail. Your task is not to outshout darkness, but to outlast it. Victory belongs to the one who endures, who refuses to lay down their crown even when weary. Endurance itself is warfare. And when the dust clears, you will not only survive, you will rise carrying spoils, carrying testimonies, carrying authority. Your scars will become songs, and your battles will become banners declaring the chosen one overcame. Chosen one. Every soul that carries divine purpose must also carry the weight of surrender. Surrender is not weakness. It is strength hidden in humility. It is the moment you release the illusion of control and place your hands open before God, saying, "Not my will, but yours," to the world. Surrender may look like defeat, but in heaven, surrender is victory. The writings in the book of Luke, chapter 22, verse 42, "Father, if you are willing, take this cup from me, yet not my will, but yours be done." These words, spoken in Gethsemane, reveal the essence of surrender. Even the Son of God knelt beneath the crushing weight of obedience. His surrender opened the doorway to salvation. Chosen one. Surrender is often forged in tension. Your heart desires one thing, your spirit senses another. Dreams you hold tightly, plans you crafted carefully, even prayers you whispered desperately, all are brought to the altar. And there, God asks the question, will you trust me with what you love most? Picture a gardener pruning a vine. To the untrained eye, it looks cruel, branches cut, leaves falling, beauty stripped. Yet the gardener knows pruning is not death, but preparation. Each cut allows more fruit to grow, more strength to flow. In the same way, surrender feels like loss, but it is actually the secret to increase. Let me tell you a story. A man once longed to build a successful business. He worked tirelessly, yet doors closed again and again. Frustrated, he finally laid the dream before God. "If it is not your will, take it away. Years later, he realized that surrender had freed him from chasing the wrong path. God redirected him into ministry, where his impact touched far more lives than any business could have. His surrender was not the end of his dream, it was its transformation. Chosen one. Surrender demands trust in timing. Abraham's surrender of Isaac was not about losing his son, it was about proving his trust. And on that altar, provision appeared. The ram caught in the thicket was God's answer. Surrender always releases provision. Picture a bird perched on a branch. It is not the branch it trusts, but its wings. If the branch breaks, the bird still flies. In the same way, surrender is not about trusting circumstances, it is about trusting the one who gave you wings. Surrender also silences fear. Fear thrives on control, on the illusion that you can secure every outcome. But when you surrender, fear loses its grip. You realize you were never in control, and yet you are never unsafe. The hands of God are stronger than any plan you could design. Let me share another story. A woman prayed desperately for healing. When it didn't come immediately, she wrestled with disappointment. But one day, she whispered, "Even if you don't heal me the way I want, I will still trust you." That surrender unlocked peace she had never known. And in time, her healing came not only in body, but in soul. Chosen one. Surrender is not passive. It is active trust. It is choosing to obey even when you don't understand, to keep walking when the path is dark, to keep praising when prayers seem unanswered. Surrender is faith in motion. Picture a river flowing to the ocean. It does not resist, does not cling to its banks. It flows freely, knowing that the ocean is its destination. Surrender is that flow, trusting that God's ocean is greater than your stream. Chosen one. Surrender transforms suffering. The cup Jesus accepted in Gethsemane was bitter, but through his surrender, it became the cup of salvation for the world. Your surrender too will turn bitter cups into testimonies. What feels unbearable now may one day become the very story that frees others. And surrender is not a one-time act. It is daily. Every sunrise invites you to release again your plans, your worries, your desires. Each day you whisper, "Not my will." You build resilience. Each act of surrender sharpens your spirit, aligns your heart, and deepens your trust. Consider Job, stripped of wealth, children, health. He still declared, "Though he slay me, yet will I hope in him." His surrender was radical, raw, costly, yet it opened the door for restoration greater than before. Chosen one. Surrender also refines vision. When your hands are open, God can place something new in them. As long as you cling tightly, your grip is too full for greater gifts. Surrender clears space for newness, for clarity, for destiny. Let me tell you one more story. A missionary couple gave up comfort, wealth, and safety to serve in a foreign land. Many called them foolish. Yet years later, they saw entire communities transformed, generations lifted, and countless lives saved. Their surrender birthed harvests that comfort alone could never produce. Chosen one. Remember, this surrender is not about losing, it is about aligning. When you yield your will, you align with heaven's will, and heaven's will is always good, pleasing, and perfect. You may not see it in the moment, but later you will realize surrender led you to the exact place you were always meant to be. Picture a key turning in a lock. The door does not open by force, but by alignment. Surrender is that key. It aligns your heart with God's will, unlocking doors that striving could never move. Chosen one. Surrender is freedom. Freedom from striving, from fear, from the endless need to control. It is the release of burdens too heavy to carry and the embrace of peace too deep to explain. When you surrender, you find rest for your soul. So, do not fear surrender. Do not see it as weakness. See it as strength cloaked in humility, as power hidden in trust. For when you release your will, you step into the will of the one who sees the end from the beginning. And one day, you will look back and realize every act of surrender was not a loss, but a doorway. Each yes you whispered opened a path to destiny. Each sacrifice you laid down became a seed that bore eternal fruit. Chosen one. Surrender is not the end. It is the beginning of a life lived fully in the flow of God's will. And in that flow, nothing is wasted, nothing is lost, and nothing can stop the glory set before you. Chosen one. Endurance is the crown that rests upon those who refuse to quit. Many begin the journey with zeal, but only a few endure to the end. Endurance is not about sprinting ahead. It is about walking steadily, step after step, even when the road feels endless. It is the quiet strength of those who keep going when others give up. The writings in the book of Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 36, you need to persevere so that when you have done the will of God, you will receive what He has promised. Notice the sequence: do the will, persevere, then receive. The promise is not only for the gifted, but for the enduring. Chosen one. Endurance is forged in difficulty. You do not learn perseverance in comfort. You learn it in waiting, in trials, in silence. It is in the nights of unanswered prayers, in the weight of unanswered questions, that endurance grows roots. Picture a marathon runner. The first miles may feel light, but fatigue soon creeps in. Muscles ache, lungs burn, the mind whispers to quit. Yet, with every step, endurance builds, and when the finish line appears, the pain becomes testimony. That is what your journey is: not a sprint of quick victories, but a marathon of steady faith. Let me share a story. A woman prayed for reconciliation in her family. For years, nothing changed. She grew weary, tempted to give up, but each day, she chose to keep believing. Decades later, her family was restored in a way she never imagined. Her endurance did not just preserve her hope, it preserved her legacy. Chosen one. Endurance is also a shield. The enemy's greatest weapon is discouragement. He whispers that nothing will change, that your prayers are pointless, that your obedience is wasted. But when you endure, you silence his lies. Your persistence becomes proof that he has not won. Consider Noah. For over a century, he built the ark without a single drop of rain, mocked by others, doubted by many. He endured. And when the floods came, his endurance saved his family and preserved the future of humanity. Endurance builds what comfort cannot. Picture a tree in the desert. Sun scorches, Winds rage, yet its roots push deeper into hidden water. Years pass, and it still stands. Endurance is that hidden root system. Others may fall, but you stand not because conditions are easy, but because your roots reach deeper than the storm. Chosen one. Endurance also sharpens faith. When promises delay, your faith learns to rest, not in outcomes, but in God Himself. You shift from trusting what He gives to trusting who He is. That shift is the essence of maturity. Let me share another story. A man carried the dream of ministry. Every attempt failed. For years, doors remained closed, but he chose to endure studying, serving, praying. When the right season came, the doors opened wide, and because he endured, he carried depth and humility that quick success could never teach. Chosen one. Endurance is not glamorous. It is not celebrated in the moment, but heaven records every step, every tear, every choice to keep walking. Angels watch in awe when you choose faith in silence. Heaven crowns those who endure. Picture a candle burning through the night. Its flame may flicker, but it does not quit. By morning, the room is lit. The night is defeated. That is you. Your endurance may feel small, but it carries light that shifts atmospheres. Chosen one. Endurance also multiplies authority. Those who endure carry a voice that others trust. People listen not to those who began, but to those who remained. Authority is not built in moments of zeal, but in years of faithfulness. Consider Paul. Beaten, shipwrecked, imprisoned, yet he endured. His endurance gave weight to his letters, power to his testimony, and authority to his ministry. Without endurance, his words would be empty. With it, they became eternal. Chosen one. You may feel weary now, but know this: every step matters. Even when you stumble, endurance is getting back up. Even when you crawl, endurance is moving forward. It is not about perfection, it is about persistence. Let me share one final story. A couple prayed for children for many years. Doctors gave no hope, but they endured, trusting God's goodness even in pain. Eventually, their home filled with laughter, not only from their own miracle child, but also from the children they fostered and adopted. Endurance birthed a testimony greater than they dreamed. Chosen one. Do not despise your endurance. It is not wasted effort. Every tear waters seeds unseen. Every prayer builds altars eternal. Every step forward shakes the kingdom of darkness. Endurance is your crown, and one day it will shine brighter than gold. So walk on, even when weary, even when waiting, even when wounded, walk on. For the one who called you is faithful, and at the end of the race, you will hear the words every chosen one longs for: well done, chosen one. Endurance is not just survival, it is transformation. Every season you withstand changes the shape of your spirit, carving strength into your soul. You are not the same as when you began. Endurance has forged you into someone who carries authority, depth, and resilience that no shortcut could ever produce. And endurance is contagious. When others see you standing after storms that should have broken you, their faith is ignited. Your endurance becomes their encouragement. Without a word, your life declares, if God sustained me, He can sustain you too. That is legacy born in perseverance. Finally, endurance is eternal. Crowns are not given for quick victories, but for faith that refuses to quit. Heaven's applause is reserved for those who finish, not merely those who start. So take heart, chosen one. Every weary step is recorded. Every long night is remembered. The crown of endurance is being shaped for you, and soon it will rest on your head. Chosen one. The journey of a life marked by God does not conclude with a crown placed upon your head. It continues as a testimony that reverberates into eternity. Every trial, every prayer, every sacrifice has been woven into a tapestry that tells the story of redemption, courage, and faith. Your path is not simply your own, it is a thread in the greater fabric of God's plan. The writings in the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 11, I am coming soon. Hold on to what you have, so that no one will take your crown. These words are not a warning of fear, but a call to vigilance. You have endured too much, fought too hard, and surrendered too deeply to let your crown slip away. The crown is not a symbol of pride, it is proof that you overcame. Chosen one. Your journey has been a road of paradoxes. You have been wounded, yet healed. Broken, yet built. Crushed, yet crowned. The world sees contradiction, but heaven sees design. For every scar, there is a story. For every tear, there is a testimony. Nothing you endured was wasted. Each moment became a stepping stone toward glory. Picture a stained glass window. From up close, it seems fragmented, sharp, chaotic. But when light shines through, the pieces reveal a masterpiece. Your life has felt shattered at times, but heaven's light is revealing the beauty of the mosaic. What seemed random is actually radiant. Let me share a story. A man lived years in obscurity, battling depression, wrestling with identity. He thought his struggles disqualified him. But later, when he stepped into ministry, it was those very struggles that gave him credibility, compassion, and power to connect. His scars became his platform. His crown was not polished gold, but shining resilience. Chosen one. Crowns are not given without cost. They are forged in fire, pressed in surrender, carried through wilderness, and secured in endurance. You have walked through each of these stages. What felt like endless breaking was actually shaping. You are no longer the same. You are crowned with weight, with wisdom, with witness. Picture a warrior returning from battle, his armor dented, his sword scarred, his body weary. Yet on his head rests the victor's crown. The dents are not shame, they are proof he fought. Your crown too carries the marks of battle, and those marks are beautiful. Chosen one. The crown is not only for you, it is for those who will follow. When you wear it, you show others it can be done. Your victory becomes their vision. Your crown is not selfish treasure, it is shared testimony. Think of Paul at the end of his race. He declared he had fought, finished, and kept the faith. His crown was not private, it inspired Timothy and countless others to endure. The crown on your head shines not only for you, but as a beacon for those still running. Chosen one. Crowns also carry responsibility. They are not ornaments, but assignments. To wear one is to walk in authority, to carry weight with humility, to serve with greater love. The crown is not the end of your journey, but the empowerment to help others rise. Picture a torch handed to a runner. The race is not over when the torch is lit. It continues until it is passed on. Your crown, like that torch, is meant to spark others into their own calling. Let me share another story. A woman who endured years of loss eventually stepped into a role of mentoring others. She thought her journey was over, but the crown on her life became fuel for those younger in faith. Her story lit fires in others, multiplying courage. Her crown carried responsibility, and she embraced it. Chosen one. The crown also reminds you of eternity. Earthly battles feel long, but they are momentary compared to what lies ahead. The crown is not only for now, it is a glimpse of the eternal weight of glory that awaits. Picture a horizon after a storm. Clouds scatter. Sun breaks through. Light floods the sky. The crown is that sunrise after endless night. It whispers the struggle was worth it. The darkness could not last. The dawn has come. Chosen one. Remember, crowns are not stolen, they are surrendered. The enemy cannot take what heaven has given unless you choose to lay it down. Guard it with vigilance. Guard it with obedience. Guard it with endurance. Every step of your journey has led here. The wilderness built your strength. The fire refined your heart. The waiting deepened your trust. The battles proved your authority. And now, the crown rests upon you, not as decoration, but as declaration. Declaration that you are not forgotten. Declaration that you are victorious. Declaration that you are chosen. So lift your head, chosen one. Wear your crown boldly, not in arrogance, but in gratitude, not in pride, but in worship. For the crown points not to you, but to the one who carried you through. Your story is not ending, it is beginning anew. From here, you step into greater glory, greater influence, greater intimacy with God. The journey ahead is no longer about survival, but about shining. No longer about striving, but about reigning. Chosen one. This is your moment. You stand crowned, not because of what you did alone, but because of who He is in you. And as you walk forward, your crown will glimmer as testimony. Grace was enough. Mercy never failed. And destiny has prevailed. Chosen one, you have walked through valleys, stood in fire, endured wilderness, wrestled in waiting, and pressed on through storms. You have heard truth after truth unfold like a living scroll, reminding you of who you are and why you were called. And now you stand at the close of this journey, not as the same person who began, but as one crowned, refined, and set apart. This is not the end of your story. It is a pause, a breath, a holy moment of reflection. The road continues. The crown on your head is not simply a reward, it is a commission. You are called not only to endure, but to shine. Not only to be healed, but to heal. Not only to be chosen, but to help others recognize that they too are chosen. Chosen one. Picture this moment like standing on a mountain peak. Behind you lies the trail's steep climbs, sharp stones, weary nights. But before you lies a vast horizon, glowing with possibility. You do not stand here empty-handed. You stand carrying testimony, wisdom, scars, and songs that only those who endured could carry. And so, I pause to extend an invitation. Not a demand, not an obligation, but a chance to let your journey echo further. Press like, not as a casual tap, but as though you were planting a banner on the mountain peak, declaring, I reached this point, and I carry this truth. Share this message not as an empty gesture, but as though you were passing a torch into another's weary hands, lighting their path when they think they cannot go on. Subscribe, not as routine, but as though you were building a well you can return to again and again. A place of refreshing where your spirit can keep drawing strength. And in the comments, let your words be like carving initials into stone. I was here, I heard, I chose to rise. Your comment is not just digital ink, it is testimony. It may be the very light someone else stumbles upon when their night feels endless. Chosen one. Legacy is not built in silence. It is built when voices rise together, when testimonies are shared, when light multiplies. By engaging, by liking, sharing, subscribing, and commenting, you are not just affirming what you received, you are sowing it forward into others. Picture ripples on a still lake. A single touch sends circles outward, farther and farther, until shores you never touched are moved. That is what your simple act of engagement becomes, a ripple, carrying truth to souls far beyond your reach. So let this not end quietly. Let it resound. Let it echo. Let it flow from you into others. You are not here by accident. You are here because heaven ordained this encounter. And heaven waits for what you will do with what you have received. Chosen one. Lift your head. Walk forward. Shine brighter. And remember, the crown on your head is not only for you, it is for every life your light will touch. Every heart your words will heal. Every soul your endurance will inspire.